name's James Carroll. I'm a game developer out of Cary, North Carolina. I've got a company called In Games, LLC, which recently put out a mobile game called Fall Down Mayday Device. I've got about 4 going on 5 years of experience working in Unity, Blender, and C#. I've also created games using GameMaker, Unreal Engine 4, and I may create some project videos in the future working with those as well. But in this project, we're going to build a side-scrolling game, and then we're going to implement Unity ads into that game. To start off with, in part 1, I'm going to be going over an introduction to ad-based revenue in games. What can you expect in terms of return, what eCPM is, and whether it's right for you in general. Second, in part 2.1, we're going to start building our sprites for our game. Part 2.2, we'll be importing those assets into Unity and create a menu and a background. In part 2.3, we're going to be adding stretch controls to the game, player movement. Part 2.4, finishing up our enemy prefab and wave spawner. I believe in 2.3 we're also going over how to fire projectiles. And then we'll finish up our simple game, adding our scoring system and item selection and a highlight for the store, though you won't be able to see the skins in the store at this point. But we will be finishing up our game loop. You'll be able to play a full round and come back. Then we'll start getting into the ads section of things. In part 3, we're going to implement the Unity Ads API and learn how to access our console to monitor our progress and our revenue. Then we'll finish up our shop system. We're going to add items to this in-game shop, purchasable by the player using the points that they make in-game, and then we'll have one item that's a special skin that's 99 cents, which in part 5, I'm skipping a little bit ahead here, but in part 5 we're going to briefly touch on how to do in-app purchases through Google Play through Unity 2019's new scriptless ad system, IAP system. And finally, in part 4.2, we're going to be implementing our ads through code. We're going to add a banner, we're going to add videos between levels, and we're going to add a rewarded video ad through script. That about wraps it up. I genuinely hope you enjoyed this project, and I'll see you guys in it. Hi, my name's James Carroll. I am a game developer out of North Carolina and founder of In Games, LLC. Welcome to building a side-scrolling game and integrating into Unity Ads SDK. So what we're going to be doing is creating a game, as you can tell from the title, and it's just going to be a small little outline prototype. It's going to be a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up. In this shoot-'em-up, we're going to be able to show a banner on the menu. We are going to be able to show ads between levels. We are going to be able to show a rewarded video ad and give the player a reward based on whether they watch that ad to completion or not. And we are also going to go over how to monetize your game in other ways, like putting in a subscription service or putting in an in-app purchase for the in-game store or buying some in-game currency. Alright, so in this first video though, we would like to go over some practices with common practices that companies use when it comes to running ads in their games. First of all, you don't put ads in places that inconvenience the player. You don't put a banner right next to a button that the player is going to have to press many times and then just accidentally press on your ad. It's generally considered underhanded tactics. You don't make ads just pop up in the middle of gameplay, right? That's why we put ads between levels, because people are used to seeing them there. They kind of expect them, and then they're like, whatever, right? They're not going to downvote your game just because you've got too many ads in your game. That being said, if your levels are really short, you might want to space your ads, every 2-3 levels, or give them a few lives so that the level lasts a little longer before they have to sit through an ad. Otherwise, you're just going to get sick and tired of sitting through ads, and then they're not going to want to play your game. Okay, another thing. When you're testing your ads, it's generally good to run it in the test scenario. Like when you actually set up ads, there is a test option, and that's the best practice, because if you start watching your own ads, there's a chance you could get banned from the actual ad platform for shady practices, just trying to manipulate the system basically. If there's only one person viewing ads and it's not even a launched project, they're not going to pay you for it, obviously, and that's why they ban people like that, because people do try to exploit the system. Okay, so next thing is eCPM. what is eCPM? I've actually got a definition pulled up real quick. Let's look at it. Okay, the acronym eCPM means effective cost per mille. It is the outcome of a calculation of the ad revenue generated by a banner or campaign, divided by the number of ad impressions of that banner or campaign, expressed in units of 1,000. The M from mille in the name comes from the Latin meaning 1,000. The formula to calculate eCPM is not that complicated once you realize the components that go into the computation. You can actually go to this website and read how eCPM is calculated, but I'm going to break it down for you. Basically, per 1,000 impressions, per 1,000 people that have seen your ad, or 1,000 times that your ad pops up for your audience in general, that is calculated. That's like the pay per 1,000 times an ad is shown. That's not the click-through rate and the returns that they get on it. No, that's just how they've agreed to pay you based on what ads are shown, how many advertisers are competing for your ad space, and user interaction. So, to give you an example, when I launched Fall Down Mayday Device, I was excited. I went with AdMob because they had the highest eCPM that I'd ever seen. They were like, oh, yeah, we'll pay you $77 per 1,000 impressions. And I went in, and then I found out I had to curate all the ads, and I literally had to knock out or disable like 90% of the ads that they show, because they're from all over the place, and my audience, obviously gamers. So my eCPM ended up dropping to something like $1.53. So if you are planning to put out a mobile game, I would suggest, 1, drumming up a campaign first. 2, making sure that people download, play your game, promote it, pay for an ad campaign, something. Just get the word out. Make sure it's very highly polished. Make sure there's good replay value, because if there's good replay value, people are going to want to keep playing your game, and then that's obviously going to expose them to more ads, which is going to increase the rate that you get paid. And obviously, with a rate like per 1,000 impressions, you're going to want at least 1,000 users, right? In order to make some kind of profit off of all this hard work you've been doing. So let's see what else we've got to talk about here. Pros and cons. Okay, so generally when you go for a game that is free to play, they don't expect to make in-app purchases or they do expect to make in-app purchases, and they expect to see ads. A player generally doesn't pick up a game and it's free to play and there's no ads, no way for the developer to make money in there. You've obviously got to make return on the time that you've put in to make your game. And basically you need to weigh that option beforehand. You need to figure out, okay, what's my market? If you're going to launch on Google Play, they're at a point where people are pretty much expecting all apps to be downloaded for free. There are a few apps that are pay to download on Google Play, but they aren't purchased as much. But when you're talking about iOS, that's a completely different set of users, and they do pay for apps before they download them more often than those on Google Play, or at least that's what I've seen. And I don't believe that the ones that are paid to download have ads as well as in-game purchases and things like that, because it's generally considered poor practice to offer a game for $4.99 and then bombard them with ads. It's already expected, because you are buying the game at a premium. But little gray area there, you can put in-app purchases in a game that already costs money. Some companies have done that, but again, sometimes the gamer community does frown upon that as well, because the idea is that you paid for the product, you paid for the wholesale price of the product. Why do I have to buy more extensions? Why do I have to buy more in-game content once I'm in there after paying the full price? Of course, big games like Overwatch can get through this with their loot box system and things like that. I don't know how laws are changing with the loot box system, but it seems like a few of those companies are being challenged on that, on the morality of that. So let me just double check that we've covered everything. we were going to talk about different types of advertising platforms, right? Okay, so I've actually pulled up another page here. 14 different types of mobile advertising networks. Just a quick Google search is all you need. And you can actually set up all of these networks to work for you, but be advised, it does take some time, and you only get paid once you hit $100 mark for the majority of them. You have to register with your credit card, you have to register and sometimes link your bank, depending on who you're going with. So there's Chartboost, there's Tapjoy, there's Yahoo App Publishing, Ad Colony. Ad Colony is one that's frequently used that I've seen, and also AdMob and Unity Ads. And we're just going to go over Unity Ads today, but there are add-ons that you can download off the Unity store that make this process entirely easier. You don't have to set up everything manually. There's a nice little interface that'll allow you to choose which ad company you want for each type of advertisement that you're showing in your game, and you can also set it up so that all of these different platforms compete for your ad space, so you're always getting the top eCPM possible. But the problem is that each of these companies pay you out. So if you split your, how do I say it? You split the advertisements that you're showing across 3 different platforms, well, each platform would only pay you when you reach a certain threshold of $300 or $100. Obviously, with a total of $300 once they all reach $100, but that's going to take more time, isn't it? If you're only showing an ad from this one 50% of the time, the other one 20% of the time, the other one 30% of the time, it's going to take more time for you to get returns on your investment. So it's up to you. It's all up to personal choice and how much time you want to put into integrating these different types of ads in your game, and also your audience as well. You want to pick a platform that mainly has ad providers that that cater to your user base. That's a mistake I made with AdMob. I was thinking, oh, they've got a really high eCPM, let me go with them, and then had to cut out half of their ad providers, right? So if we go with something like Unity Ads, which is obviously all targeted towards gamers, then you're going to get more of a return, although it is a little bit more of a headache to set up Unity Ads than AdMob, in my opinion. But we'll see how that plays out. So again, just to recap, we're going to set up a simple game that's coming up in the next part. We're going to use this prototype to demonstrate how to integrate banners, how to integrate interstitial ads, video ads that are rewarded, and how to make in-app purchases. Particularly in this case, we're going to download the Google Play API, and we're going to actually set that up as well. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to get started on the next section, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey guys, welcome to building a side-scrolling game and integrating ads with Unity SDK. We are at the building the game part of this. So what we're going to have to do is build up a few simple prototype sprites, maybe go look for some custom font for our game. Actually, I might start with looking for custom font. Let's do that. Okay, so what you want to do is go to dufffonts.com. And since we're doing a side-scrolling game, usually these are in like a sci-fi genre. Let's go and find something that is like more options here. Free, 100% free. There we go. Let's go and find something we can use for this. Kind of like this null shock or this neuropole. You know what, let's just grab both of them. Alright. And once we have those downloaded, yeah, I got a lot of downloads on my folder, I know. I'm going to move these to my desktop. And extract them. So we get the null shock. What you want to do to install these custom fonts, just right click, install, boom. It'll say installing and it's done. Okay, now that we got that set up, open up your favorite drawing software. Right now I'm going to use Photoshop. We're going to create a new document. We don't need multiple images. We just need one generic sized area canvas drawn. So I'm going to do 1920 by 1080, and I want 72, well, yeah, 72 pixels per inch, and we're just going to call this shmup sprites. Okay, we're not going to be doing any animating today. This is just going to be a block out, like I said. And I'm not using a drawing tablet, so that you guys out there that don't have a drawing tablet can follow along. I still need to fix my Photoshop layout. Hold on. Reset essentials. There we go. That's the setup I know and love. I don't remember how exactly I messed that up. But anyway, I'm going to unlock and delete this background layer, and then I'm going to create a new layer on top of the transparency just to work in. And let's actually color this in with a gray color, so we can just kind of draw in this area and have a backdrop for it. So I'm going back up to layer 2. These are where my sprites are going to be. Maybe I shouldn't use a brush. Let's use something a little bit more precise. Yeah, let's use the line tool. And we're just going to draw a few simple shapes. Oh, I'm still on gray, aren't I? Let's go to a lighter color. Draw this delta pattern here. And then fill it in. Let's rasterize all these layers. Let's see. Let's merge shape and rasterize layer, and then we'll come in and we'll just bucket fill. What in the world am I doing? There we go. Alright, now let's zoom in and we'll get this gun. It's a shoot 'em up. I need maximum hardness. It is at maximum hardness. That's fascinating. There we are. So what I would like to do is just make a simple little cannon that's standing here. And then the hardness for the eraser needs to be 100 as well. Alright. Now let's just color in some detail. Put in some paneling. So after all, this is sci-fi. I'm going to be emulating that hard surface look, but we're doing it in 2D. Side note, I do most of my work in 3D, if you can't tell. But we just need some 2D sprites for this. I apologize if my mouse work is not up to snuff. I'm really just clicking and holding shift. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Alright, now we can like kind of visualize how our ship is. You know. That would be a weird kind of fin, wouldn't it? Maybe it's a panel. Let's make it a panel. Alright, cool. It's a ship. It has cannons. Woo. Alright, now that that's done, let's move on and work on the bolt that this thing is going to fire. Let's make it like that whole typical blue look. Let's take our hardness down a bit. This is going to be kind of round. Boom. Actually, a very easy way we could do this is if we actually make the sprite bigger than it needs to be. And we'll start with a darker color. Let's actually take that hardness all the way down the other direction. There you go. So it looks like a little energy emission, and then we can go further down and even lighten the color a bit. Go back to the center, shrink down the brush a little bit, boom, put another one. Now go full white, go to the center, and put another dot right there. And now we've got this kind of halo effect. Maybe I should click a few times, maybe to brighten that center. Yes, okay, that looks good to me. This looks like something the friendly would fire. Let's take this, box select it, move it over, and color shift it. Let's move this to its own layer. New layer via cut. Alright, and now we'll just do some adjusting. Let me put it down here. Go hue. Let's shift the hue around. Increase the saturation a bit. Oh, jeez. Alright, maybe we need to colorize it. Oh no, it's affecting the other layers. Alright, let's not do an adjustment layer. What can I do? What can I do? Let's do blending layers then. Blending options. Do a color overlay, and we will normal's fine. We'll just make it red, and we'll change the opacity a bit. You know, there really should be an effect to just do some hue shifts over here. Something I've always had a problem with. Ah, there we go. Found it! My god. I spoke too soon. Okay, so now it's red. Woo. Let's duplicate the layer. Maybe to... Let's merge it down. It needs to be darker. It definitely needs to be darker. So, how can we make this a deeper red? Maybe if we do the... Oh, okay. Hue, color. Yeah, it just needs to be a deeper red, because this is going to be an enemy bolt. And we're going to scale and resize these as needed. And now we just need to draw a enemy ship. Here we go. I'm gonna make this, well, we can actually change the color in Unity of all of this. But for simplicity's sake, let's just start off and make it red. And we'll make this one, our ally is angular, therefore let's make our enemy blocky. Enemy ship, right here. Feel free to get creative with this one, guys. And then I'm just going to put an outline around this, a stroke. On the outside. Again, I'm drawing this with a mouse, so I haven't done mouse art in a while. Bear with me. There we go. Here's roundabout what our enemy ship should look like. Something hostile, something that has engines, so it can fly around. I keep second guessing what I'm doing next. Sorry about that, guys. Here we go. Alright, that's kind of what I want. Not quite, but it'll do. Oof, here we go again. You know, your design can always evolve and change, right? It's just it isn't looking aggressive enough to me. That's the one issue I'm having with it right now. Because it is an enemy ship, we need it to look intimidating. It doesn't need to be rounded off, it needs to be, yeah, there's a cannon. Yes. There we go. Now we've got a few more jagged areas. You know, I kind of like that lower jaw kind of look to it, but it's just not selling that aggression that I want from it quite yet. Looks like a face. We see faces and everything. You know, even though this is a prototype, you may be wondering, wow, why don't you just use a block? Why don't you just white box it? It's because I like to feel inspired when I'm working. I don't like to work entirely in generics. That's just a personal preference of mine. I like my work to look good at every stage of the process. This may just be me, but I see white boxing as kind of a waste of time. Okay, these engines, something's off about these engines, but maybe it needs wings of some type. Maybe it just needs. Let me get a small eraser and do some line work with the outline there. Yeah, this kind of works. Get some more of the same style of paneling. Not quite, not quite. Yes, and oh, at the same time. It's gotta look functional, right? Something's just off about this whole thing. Starting to look like a gun. Alright. Let's say the engines are integrated into the fuselage a bit. And that, yeah. There we go. I mean, that's a lot better than it was. Maybe this tail up here is unnecessary. We are in space. Yeah, that's why it's looking strange to me. Wow, Photoshop's updates sometimes. Let's get a lasso tool. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I should have been using this from the start. Delete. Thank you. Cool. Alright, so now let's make some thrusters. Let's can we rasterize the layer? No. What? Oh, rasterize layer style. I didn't realize they separated that. Anyway. Merge down. Merge down. Merge down. Okay. Now let's do some kind of engine effects for this. I'm gonna make a new layer under it. And we're gonna change our hardness to something that's really soft. I'm gonna go for a yellow, or yeah, a yellow for this. I'm gonna boom boom. Yes, this is gonna end up looking a little bit like a Flash game at this point, but I'm perfectly fine with that. This is gonna be our thrusters. See, they're gonna go right there, like that. One's going to be our thrusters for the enemy. And I'm going to draw some for our ally over here. We're going to make these like the typical cyan or blue. We're going to maybe put like 3 smaller, more reserved orbs over here. 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to change that shape by distorting it. I'm going to put it a little bit right there. Maybe bring it down just a tad. No. Get up again. I still don't like that. Instead of doing 3, let's try something else. Let's try using 1, right? So there's our glow. There's our white hot engine center right here. Now let's squash this and pull it out and move it over just slightly. Okay, that's 1. Now I can alt click and duplicate these as needed, and then move these layers around. So I'm going to move them under one another. So the closest one is, you can see I'm changing my mind as I go along. And like, you know what, maybe it was alright to just have the 1 for this kind of ship design. That's more sleek. Alright, now I'm going to take that 1 and I'm going to move it down here so we can isolate it as a sprite. Yes, it's taking up a lot of room, and I'm not particularly focusing on a grid at the moment, because again, this is a prototype, but I'm going to merge down. I'm going to save the file with all the layers, and let's see. Let's save it as PSD first, yeah. Save as PSD. We're going to go to our project. Monetization, project resources. I'm going to save that as a PSD for you guys. I'm also going to save it as a PNG after I remove this background layer. Okay, well, save that. Oh, jeez. PNG. There we go. Okay, awesome. So the next thing we want to do is put that. Let's create a new. Sorry. The next thing we want to do is put that text we got to use. So we're going to go menu. Well, let's do shop menu interface. And we're going to design a quick UI for this game. I'm just going to create a new layer and then disable this background later when I want to export. So again, I'm just going to go and do a similar technique that I did before, which was just kind of using shift and click to create menus. This is a sci-fi shoot 'em up, so these kinds of angular UI designs are kind of a trope in the genre. There we go. Boom. I'm just kind of freehanding it at the moment. We need a button for playing the game. We also need a title, right? Something that may help you along is actually going and getting those fonts that we grabbed, typing them out, and designing around the fonts. That's something we can do here. Oh, man. Okay. New layer. What did we just install? What was it called? Let me look on my desktop again. It's called Null Shock and Neuropole. So it's going to start in. It's going to be down here. Null Shock. Let's call it. What should we call our side-scrolling shoot 'em up? Let's see. Adverse shmup. Sure, why not? Of course, I have my font set way too large. Let me go put it at like 72. That's fine. Yes, it is a really lame title for this prototype game. Please, make up your own. Make something different. I promise. It's going to work out better. Okay, so now we need a button. And for our button text, let's use our other font, the I'm just going to type play in our other font. Here we go. Neuropole. Okay, play. This is going to be on a mobile interface. So actually, I might want to change my dimensions. Instead of doing 1920 by 1080, I want to do 1080 by 1920. No, these are not the exact dimensions for a phone, but oh, yeah, clipping occurred. That's wonderful. No worries. Just gonna erase this, fill in what I'm missing over here. And redraw. Let's just use shift. Adverse shmup. It actually doesn't look half bad. Our play button is going to have its own kind of feel to it. We're going to have to make... Well, no, we can colorize it, can't we? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that instead. I'm going to put a outer stroke on this. Maybe not huge around the play, and also around our shmup. So I'm going to copy layer style, paste layer style. Alright, now these have outlines around it, like so. Let's actually bump this down to a gray. Alright. And let's begin drawing in white our button design. And we want our hardness to be up there, but not 100%. Okay? Okay, so play is just going to be one of our options. And we need that lasso for sure. You know, now that I think about it, why did I say that it didn't have to be at 100%? Because this lasso is going to make it look terrible. Parts of it are going to be blurry, other parts aren't. Man. I'm going to go change that to 100% hardness. Alright, we just want it to look clean and angular. That's the whole point. I mean, most of these sci-fi genres have really angular menus, as I've said before. And if you want to hold shift and do like a 45-degree angle or a 90-degree angle, it's good to stick to consistent angles. I'm literally just making this up as I go along, because the main part of this video is, or the main part of this this whole project is just showing off how to make ads, obviously. But you can get more creative with it if you want. It's fine. Let's actually do a little trick where we cut the top of this off and we just move it a little bit off center. Whoa, instantly better. Or you just grab a little chunk and you copy it and you move it over. And you just start layering things like that. Actually, I really didn't need that section. Okay, cool. Whatever. We got our play button. Works for me. I'm actually going to give it an outline as well. Let's give it a stroke. Ah. I'll also apply to the top. I don't have a problem with this. That looks nice. Alright, let's move play down a bit so that it's more centered on our button. And then we can group these two. Sorry, I do need to separate this. Let's box select it, new layer via cut. This is going to be our button BG, and this is going to be our text, or play text. So what we can do is we can put these in a folder, and we call this button, and then we can duplicate this whole folder by taking it down to this new page, new button, copy, and move it down. Alright. Now this text, we're not going to have any crazy options, so let's do bonus, or what do we want to happen when the player presses the add reward button? You want to just give them a ×2 bonus for one level, something like that. We can set a global boolean, and it would apply a ×2 multiple to their score throughout the game. So let's just call it x2. That's something I did with one of my previous games as well. Ended up working pretty well. Alright, and finally, we just need to copy this button one more time. And we're going to make it quit. Actually, we don't. We don't, now that I think about it, because this is on mobile, it's not on PC. Application.quit doesn't work the way you think it does for mobile applications. I remember this, it actually just closes out the app by minimizing it. It doesn't actually quit the app. So you don't necessarily need a quit button, the phone will handle that. So let's actually just delete this. So we don't need this. Alright. And the stroke effect on this other layer here may be a little thick, because that's that top part. I'm just either gonna lower it. Nah, opacity's not gonna work. I'm actually gonna have to shrink it. There we go. Cool. Now everything looks nice and coherent. We have our outline. This is how we want it to look. Okay. Now I'm gonna put all of this in a folder, and I'm gonna call this main menu. And now I'm going to start again and to make an in-game store. You know what? That's what we need that other button for. Store. Here we go. Just drag it down to copy it, drag it to the new page, down in the corner. Press V, go to move, and then just hold shift and move it down the same amount of pixels. You'll see it when you're holding shift, it'll put those guides up. There you go. So every button's like 70 pixels away. Sweet. We're going to be positioning these in Unity anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but it's always fun to get the layout right before you put it in. Store. We'll call it store. And we will center it. Let's go back and center all this text for the other buttons as well. If we go up here and actually, you know, it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're going to be centering it in Unity. What in the world? I'm not thinking. There we go. Center. Okay. I'll just drag it over. Awesome. Close enough? Close enough. Sweet. I'm going to save this before we go on. Shop menu interface PSD. Save. Okay. Alright. Now we can hide that main menu. Let's make a new layer. This is going to be the background for our little shop interface. And then we're going to have to create some sprites for the actual items that are in the shop, which we can just go and get our player ship sprite and make some skins available or something. This is the fun part, though. Making the game. Alright. Our store isn't really going to have much else to purchase, so let's maybe divide it into a description. So we got 3 things to purchase, or 3 slots that are visible at the moment to purchase. And then we can have our description. Of what it is that we're purchasing. Or better yet, cost. We don't have to come up with any crazy backstories for the things we're buying. This is just a demo, like I said. Alright, so the next thing we're missing from this outline right here is where the player clicks or taps to purchase an item. I'm going to go and grab one of these buttons. I'm going to do button copy 2, and I'm going to copy it again, and then it becomes button copy 3, and I'll drag it out of this group, and I will close the menu. Okay, now we've got our copy button, and we can move it over here, change the text to purchase, and let's click the button background here and just stretch it. Boom. Purchase. This is our little purchase button. Drag it over till Photoshop says it's centered. Close enough. There we go. And then we want a little bit of text. Let's duplicate this, bring it out. This is going to be different text at the bottom that becomes a different button or a different interface. We're going to say, "Are you sure?" Because you never want the player to click something to buy and accidentally follow through with the purchase. It'd be just annoying in general. You know, now that I think about it, if you're tapping on it in mobile, it'll bring up an interface that's kind of like a confirmation, accept the purchase anyway. So this is not even needed. I'm so used to working on like PC games. So okay, sweet. We've got our cost. We've got a few slots. Let's go grab real quick one of these sprites. Let's get our Control C, Control V. Boom. Let's colorize it. Let's give it a gradient overlay. Ah, that is a sleek looking ship. You know what? I kind of liked it at 90. So where does it? Well, that kind of works. Go to 90. See what it looks like. It's a bit inorganic at 90, but you get a nice slope on that highlight. I want it steep enough so that there's a lot of contrast, but then also not match the wing angle. As weird as that sounds. So 90 actually ends up looking normal with all the angles we have on this thing. Cool. It's a skin that we can buy now. Wow, amazing. Let's go. Let's make another one. Let's center this one. There we go. We're going to go to this gradient overlay. We're going to change the color from black, or yeah, let's change the color from black to something else. Oh yeah, that's the opacity marker. Let's change the color to interesting. Let's say gold. Let's make a purple ship. This is kind of that shiny effect. I don't know if we need it. Shing, sparkle, sparkle, congratulations, you have an interesting looking ship, sir. Alright, there's our other skin. And let's create a final one. Why not? What's the others? 86. Okay. Let's choose from one of the existing gradients. Let's choose like a gold. Cool. Now we got 3 skins to choose from for our players. We got a little cost to display area. Really, this whole thing could be cut in half. So let me go to this layout real quick. Gonna move this up. And then I'm gonna move this purchase button up as well. Oops. Button copy 3. There we go. Nice. Ooh, that's... Man, the perfectionist in me is screaming at this menu right now. It's just like, why? Why did you do that? Stop. It's time to stop. This stuff out, but that's our interface. So now we have a shop interface and a menu interface for our game. Here we go. Boom. Got some background on that, and let's choose a lighter gray and give that some more color. Oh. Wait, what am I doing? We're going to be colorizing this in Unity. So maybe I should put a lighter gray because I know it wants to be a few shades away from the rest of the menu. So if I colorize the whole thing, it'll be easier. So I can actually see the contrast right now. And I guess I did want it that dark. There we go. So those are the levels of contrast I want. And then we can play with the colors in Unity. Awesome. Alright, I'm going to save this. Save as. I'm going to call this our... we do need to export different layers here. So the first thing I need to do is hide everything that's not going to be on the back layer, like the button, the ship, skins, and the, all of this. I'm going to save this as its own sprite. I'm going to call this shop interface BG. Okay, that'll make life much easier for me later when I'm messing with colors and palettes. Even though this is a prototype, still want it to look good. So you're inspired to keep working on the project. That's what works for me. Alright, now we've got the button. Let's disable the text. Let's trim all transparent pixels. We're going to undo this step later. Save as PNG. Make sure you save as PNG. So if you try saving as PSD and then you start overwriting, it's going to be hard to undo. Purchase button BG. And we'll save that. Okay, and now I'm going to actually turn off that, turn on the purchase text. Save as PNG. Purchase text. Done. Alright. I'm going to Control Z. We have all of that done. Let's do the skins individually. Image, trim transparent pixels, all directions, save as, PNG, ship, gold. Okay. Nice. Let's Control Z, all that good stuff. Go to the next one, trim. Alright, save as. Ship, purple. Okay, congratulations, there's a purple ship in your game. And we'll save this as outward trim. Save as, I'm going to call it ship, what do we call it, steel, why not? Cool. Yeah, come to think of it, I can make that the default skin. That look pretty badass. But alright, let's just let's keep working. So those were our skins. Let's unhide the menu. Add for shmup. Play X2, all that good stuff. I'm gonna hide the other button copy. I didn't need it. So we're going to hide all the buttons right now. This is just going to be our main menu background. So just call it title. PNG title. We really just need one copy of this background button. While it's good to see the layout and all that here, we just need one copy of the background minus the text. So let's trim it. Trim transparent pixels. Say OK. File, save as, and we'll say button underscore small. That's going to be our small button. Then we're going to unhide play. And say save as, play text. There's another way of doing this where you can actually add the outline to the text in game, and it'll probably look a lot better. But again, placeholder. Might actually just be easier for us to sit here and change play into all the other ones. Let's see what the other button said. X2. Alright. X2. Alright. Move that over to this round center. There you go. Save as. X2 underscore text, or X2 text. I didn't put an underscore for the other one. Let's go here, change this again to store. If I had centered the text from the beginning, this would be a lot easier to just type in and replace for this one slot. Let's see, save as. Text. Alright. I'm going to change it back to play. Oh, actually, let's just control Alt Z and just go back a few steps until everything's unhidden. Actually, it doesn't. It's so weird to me. It doesn't actually store the hiding and unhiding in players as a step. So, alright then. Let me just quickly make sure we got everything for main menu. That's fine. Let's unhide everything in this button. Purchase button is fine. We have our skin layers and we have our background. Cool. We have everything that we need. I'm going to save it as PSD so you guys can have it. You can use it. Save as. That's going to go right into my project resources folder. Sure, maximize compatibility. I don't really care. Alright, so now we've got all of our stuff exported that we needed. Great. Awesome. without further ado, let's go into Unity. Okay, so the version of Unity I'm going to be using is 2019.1.1F1. And while this loads up, I'm just going to take a brief break, and I will be right back. You guys will probably just see a straight cut, but I'll be right back. Alright, so I'm back. Sorry, that's the wrong version of Unity. 1 second. This is the version of Unity I want right here. 2019.1. Alright. New project. Add for shmup. It's going to be 2D. I'm going to put it in our projects folder so we don't lose it. Give me just 1 second to find that. Alright. Now we create a project. And while that's opening, I'm going to go and navigate to the folder where we have all of our assets. Alright, sweet. I'm going to take these and I'm going to drop them into the project once it opens. Just give it a second to open. Then we get this framework going. Get some basic gameplay going. Sweet! Okay, new folder. First thing we need to create a folder for is scripts. Next thing we need to create a folder for, sprites. I'm going to open up that sprites folder. I'm going to take everything here, boop, except for the 2 PSD files. I'm going to drag and drop that into the sprites folder. That's going to import everything for us. Sweet. Okay, now when we look at the shmup sprites that we have here, we got to split this into multiple sprites. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this is multiple and hit apply. Then go to sprite editor. I'm going to pick out these sprites. So that's one. Oh man, this has to be centered. No! How about this? Let's do automatic slicing. Slice. Cool. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Awesome. Apply it. Now we've got our ship, we've got our bolt, we've got our enemy bolt, we've got our enemy fighter, whatever you want to call it. We've got our booster for our ally, and we've got our booster for our enemy. Sweet. You know what we forgot to create? A little Starfield background. We can do that pretty easily. Let's do that real quick. So I'm just going to open up Photoshop again. You guys, whatever software you're using, again, create a Affinity photo, whatever. I'm going to open up the shmup sprites. No. I'm going to make a new one. I'm going to call this shmup BG or level BG. So you guys don't get confused. Okay, I'm going to do 1080 by 1920, that's fine, it's okay. And Now I'm just gonna populate this with a whole bunch of dots. How else can I say it? Let's go into our brush settings. I'm gonna go into scattering. And we're gonna scatter it like that. See that? And we're also going to have shape dynamics. Let's just do jitter. Alright. We're gonna give it, we don't need angle jitter. Don't need roundness jitter. We do need size. We need size jitter. There we go. There we go. We get the full range of size going on here. Maybe let's go like 85. That looks about right. And then the other thing is texture. Can I get color dynamics? There we go. That's brightness jitter. There's foreground and background jitter. Why can I not? You see, there's hue and saturation right here, but I've totally forgotten how to enable that. In any case, let's just make a white star field. Why the heck not, right? Okay, so these are about the size of our stars. Great! No. God, no. Alright. Well, see, that's the problem with this jitter thing. I would like to just have one brush and be able to increase the size and kind of spatter stars everywhere, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. That's very, very, very discouraging. You know what? Maybe we can create a star field another way. We could go and find one off Google. Make it star field texture CC0. And your images. We want something that we can move across. Tileable. Let's go to our tools, usage rights, labeled for reuse. It's, yeah, any size will do, as long as it's not small. Oh, let's try medium. Okay, large. Okay, large is fine. Some of these star fields don't have the look we're going for, but again, prototype. We can make another star field later. Maybe just thinking here. We can have this scrolling across slowly in the background, give kind of a parallax effect, and then maybe make some like nebula. Let's see, what's going on here? Is this in some different language? It doesn't really say. I guess it said it's labeled for reuses, so. Alright then. Let's modify it a little bit and use it. Okay, program files x86. Let me go find it. Shmup. Accidentally just saved it as S. Whatever. Let's go and grab it from our project resources. Drop it in here. Since when did I change the mode to grayscale? I might have hit. Don't flatten. Don't rasterize. Whew! That was a close one. Sure. We might actually want a bit a different dimension. Not new. Mode. Canvas size. 1920 by 1080. By 1920 by 1920. Let's try that. Let's try that. Still not the ratio we exactly want. It's 3084 by, let's see, if I go to 1920 on this, 3071. Okay, image, canvas size, width, 3071. Well, we want to be able to scroll this, right? So that's why I'm attempting to match this up. Alright, there's no need in stressing over these small little details right here. I just can unlock the background, get a paint bucket, grab black, and just fill it in. Okay, there's our star field. Awesome. It's going to be 1980 high, which is how high we've made the other sprite menu pieces in our little layout. So we can also resize this in Unity as well. Let's do a few things with it, like maybe change the blending option to screen, or maybe I need to rasterize it and then do lighten. Either way. Let's change some of the color overlay options. Ooh, that's interesting. Maybe if we change the opacity a bit, it'll start blending in interesting ways. Yeah. Alright. Now it's a slightly different image. I like it. It's popping a bit more. Alright. Sorry for the delay. Let's save it. Shmup level BG, PSD. I'm going to export or save as a PNG as well. Now let's bring it into the project. Saving. Come on, Photoshop. You can do it. Alright. Photoshop's so slow sometimes. Here we go. That's right in. Alright, we're gonna change our aspect ratio. I don't want low resolution aspect ratios. I believe 9:16 is the standard mobile. First thing we're gonna do is get that background scrolling and then create our menu. So I'm just going to drag this in. Boom, that's our background. Amazing. If you hold Alt while dragging in, it'll center it, and if you hold shift, it will center and maintain aspect ratio. That's what I'm doing right now. Alright. Let's just use this as a background for the menu. If you hold shift, it'll lock in place. Cool. We can actually set this up so that it'll start at the beginning and slowly scroll over, because this is kind of a distant background anyway. It'll slowly scroll over, and then once it reaches the end, it's kind of the end of the level. But what we're going to do is set it up in waves and say, like, okay, well, X amount of waves have spawned, and there are no enemies left on the field, therefore end the game. But we'll get to that. Okay, this for now is going to be our menu background. So let's begin setting it up. Here's our title text. I can create a new canvas object. I'm going to call this our main menu canvas, or menu canvas. Boom. And what we want to do is we want to set it to screen space overlay. We want it to scale with screen size, reference resolution, since it's 9 by 16. Let's do 1920 by 1080, or 1080 by 1920. Sorry, because that's what we used as the background reference. And then say match width or height, and we just want to match height. 100 reference pixels per unit works. Cool. And now, actually no, let's put it in camera space. Take our main camera, put it here. There we go. Now our canvas is within the bounds of our actual camera. Much better. And I'm going to add a sorting layer. I'm going to say this is the menu layer. Alright. So if I take our menu canvas, I'm going to put that on the menu layer. And then I'm going to take our title, put that in the menu canvas, just scale 1 and Z 0. Sprite renderer, title, sprite default, draw mode simple, sorting layer, menu. Hold up. Let me hide this real quick. Why am I not seeing my title? Oh, it's really small. Really, really small. Draw mode simple. Wish I could set native size. Actually, let's try this. Let's just try the title for now, and we will drop it into menu canvas and see what happens. Put it on our menu layer. There we go. Knew something was fishy. Alright, now hold shift and alt and shrink it down until it's about the right size. Adverse shmup. There's our title. Sweet. Moving on. Let's get some small buttons in here. Put it in the canvas. We're going to set it to, again, menu layer. We'll shrink it down. Let me focus on it and then grab it. Shrink it down. Nice. Play in, put it on top of button small. What exactly is going on here? Sorting layer, menu. There we go. Ordering layer 1. There we go. Okay, so that's our play. So now this is what I was talking about. So we can go in and we can set the sprite color now for button small to whatever we want. Especially if we decide to actually, well, we should make this a button. What am I doing? Let me take play text off of this for a second. Or actually, we don't need it. Right click canvas, UI, button. Cool. Now our sprite is going to be our button small. Yes. Now we can set native size. Yes. Cool. Now let's take text and replace it with our play sprite. And set the scale to 1. And all the positioning to 0. Sorting layer to menu and 1. Where did you go? Why? What size is this play text? Alright. Let's make it scale like 100. 100. Ah! It is fixed. Cool. So we can set our play button to whatever. I guess we'll make it like a... No, it needs to pop. Let's keep it white. Let's change our button color. Keep it white to begin with, but change the normal color. You can make it something lighter, like maybe a baby blue, right? Give it that sci-fi feel. Then when it is highlighted, or not much highlighting going on a mobile, but when it's highlighted, we can make it a lighter blue still. Just a little bit brighter, maybe a cyan. And then the selected color is just going to be full white. Actually, selected color, let's just copy the normal color, because we don't want to have navigation options, since this is just tap interaction. So let's turn off navigation, make the selected color same as normal, disabled color, and we can make that a bit darker, and then pressed color, that's the one we want, make it a white. And so let's test this interaction real quick. Yeah. So if I press play, wait for the blue on top, there we go, I'm hovering and it's getting lighter, and when I click, it gets a little brighter. Now this contrast, I probably am not too much of a fan of. Maybe I should make it a little bit darker here. Maybe I should make the highlighted just a little bit darker, and the pressed, leave it the way it is, because that's full white. Okay, playing again, click, and now you guys can see that there's reasonable feedback there. So if I decide to put this on PC, you know, it'll work. Alright, so now that we have our first button, let's duplicate it and bring it down, just like we did in Photoshop. Bring it down about halfway, cool. And instead of using play text, let's just swap out the sprite. We don't even need to rename it. Let's just call it store, and then we'll do it again. Let's duplicate button 1, move it down. Don't know if Unity doesn't give you guides for like similar distances. Greatly desired at this point, but just eyeball it. Go to the play text and button 2. Change this to X2. Cool. If you really want to, you can go through and change all the labels again. I'm not going to, except for these upper buttons. So I'm just going to say this is a play button. I'm going to call the next one the store button, and the next one X2. X2 or bonus button. Let's do an X2 button. All right, nice. So now we need to hook these up for mobile interactions, and the easiest way to do that is to add an event. Go over here, add component, events, trigger, add a new event type, and then just say pointer down. Yeah. That way it's not an on click where you have to like press down and lift up for it to trigger. Pointer down is going to get that tap interaction that you want. And then we can add an event here. It's empty right now, it's not doing anything right now because we don't have any scripts, but we're going to add that later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this little cog in the corner, and I'm going to go down to copy component. Then go to my store button, press the cog down at the bottom. Sorry, at the last component, which is button. And then say paste component as new. So you always got to go one up and paste component as new. Okay, cool. This is our main menu. That's one canvas. We can actually toggle this on and off as we need it. So let's go ahead and create another canvas. This is also going to be in screen space camera. It's going to use the same main camera. And it's going to be the menu sorting layer. It's also going to scale with screen size with a reference resolution of 1080 by 1920. That's what I used for the last one, right? Let me go check. Yes. And we're going to match height at 100%. We're going to relabel this canvas shop canvas. Alright. In this canvas, we're going to have our shop. Big surprise. And actually, before this, we're going to have to go between these two canvases. So, a good way of doing that is creating an empty, calling it menu manager, and then dropping these two canvases into that menu manager. So for the shop canvas, let's start dragging our framework in. So we've got our shop frame interface. I'm actually going to hide the first menu and shrub level BG. Okay, sorry. Let's actually put the level BG in a negative order so that it's actually a pretty far negative order. Let's do like negative 20 or something, just in case we decide to add any layers. Gives us some freedom above and below, so that every time we drag the sprite in, it's not hidden by the background. Pretty convenient fix there. All right, so let's grab this shop interface background sprite, hold Shift and Alt, shrink it down until it just about fills the screen. Again, this is placeholder art, so not perfect, but close enough that you feel like it's complete enough to inspire you. Alright, here we go. Let's add a new button. Let's call it a purchase button. We delete text. We're going to make purchase button on the change the sprite on the purchase button to purchase button BG. We're going to set native size, and then we're going to go up to our menu canvas. We're going to pick any one of these buttons, hit that cog on the button script, say copy component, then go to your purchase button, go to the cog, and say paste component values. This is going to transfer all of our color changes over. Now this play button image is not going to be what you want to change, so we're actually going to want to change the purchase button image. So click this little circle next to it, click purchase button, boom, and that'll start changing the colors properly. Awesome. So we're going to move this up by holding Shift, clicking and holding Shift, and then we're going to drag our purchase text over purchase button. Man, set the size to 100, 100, 100. That Z value is not even needed, but I just put it in there. Okay, put this into the menu layer, And set the order and layer to something like 2. Cool. So now we have our purchase button. If I press play, we can test. It is interactable, and it doesn't stay focused. That's why we disabled navigation in the button settings, because normally for default button presses in Unity, for whatever reason, it will stay highlighted. It'll stay selected after you clicked it, and it's a little annoying to have as default. But we've got it set up now. Now all we have to do is set up that same event trigger interaction that we have on these other buttons. So to save us some time, let's go and grab that cog, say copy component, go to the button, the new button we created, go to the last component that was added, which was a button, and say paste component as new. Now we've got our event trigger. Alright, so we've got our purchase button. Now we need to actually add buttons for our purchases. There's 2 ways we could do this. We could just put the image in there and have them tap on the image, but there's no guarantee that that's going to give any kind of consistent area to press. So one thing I am going to do is I'm going to reuse this button small sprite. I'm going to create a new button. I'm going to call it item 1. Let's see, new UI button. We call it item 1. This is the first thing they can purchase. I'm going to change this sprite to a small button. I'm going to set native size, and then I'm going to delete the text associated with it because we're going to put an image over top of it anyway. And I don't like the dimensions of the button, so I'm going to actually scale it in the Y. I know the sprite wasn't made for this. Let's do... Actually, let's leave it the way it is. Let's leave it the way it is. And bring in our items as images and not as buttons. That way we can use some of this extra space. Like if I drop, let's just say we drop ship purple in there. Cool. And I set its size to 100, 100, 100, not 1000. And move that over to the corner. I believe we had it laid out that this was in the center. Well, we didn't make any text for these items. This is what I'm thinking. Let me just show you. Putting something like this under each one so that you can purchase it. But then it kind of makes the whole cost section we've got here pointless. Yeah, I think I'm gonna erase cost on this and use actual buttons like this. Okay, so that means we have to open and edit this. Let's do it. Oh no. Shop sprites, it's open recent. Shop menu interface. Yep. Oh. Cost doesn't need to be there. There we go. Now let's grab this smaller portion and move it up. I don't mind that being a little thicker on the bottom. Then I'll grab our purchase button and save it just like that. So now I'm going to hide everything else. Hide the button, hide the skins, and the last layer. Wait, that was the framework. Then what was the layer that I had behind it? You see my dilemma? Like, I don't... It's alright, I'll just make a new one. All I did was make a layer under it, go into marquee select, and then paint in some arbitrary gray background there. Could arguably be darker. Yeah, that'll be alright. Okay, cool. Now I'll exit marquee select, I'll save as. First I'll save shot. Ooh, no, I already saved that. Let's just save as PNG. There we go, we've got our shop interface, BG. Replace it there, and then save as, I'm going to go into our project, go into our assets, sprites. So not only does it update the resources you guys are getting, but it also updates the level. Shop interface BG. Let me just turn on icons so I can really be sure. Yes, that is the correct one. Yes, replace it. And Unity should, bam, updates it. Alright, so this is in default sorting layer. Where's our ship purple in? Let's put it in menu. Let's put item 1. Oh, it doesn't give me a layer for that. Knew that. Let's just grab our buttons and move them. Purchase, it's in the right spot. And let's, while we're on purchase, let's copy this component, go to item 1, and paste the values so we get the color. And then we're going to change it to item 1 in the list. Now we go to purchase button again, we copy the event trigger, copy component, item 1, paste component, as new. Awesome. Of course, all of these triggers are eventually going to have to be set, but it'll be easier to have it all there. So now I'm going to put ship purple into item 1, and I'm going to duplicate item 1 and call it item 2. Actually, this is item 2. What am I doing? Let's call this item 1. Change the other one to item 2. Switch the order real quick. Now I'm going to take item 1 and move it over. Alright, and change this ship purple to ship steel. Cool. Gonna take item 2 and Control D to duplicate, click, start dragging, and press Shift to constrain it. Move it round about the same distance. Relabel this item 3. Change this ship to gold. This is going to be our other skin. And rename it ship underscore gold because it's easier to find, easier to use. And now each one of these is going to need a cost. So let's do UI text. Change our font to something like 72. Increase our size. Yeah. Maybe not 72, maybe 64. And not Arial, but that's the only fonts we have. Let's make a new folder called fonts, and let's minimize everything else. Get these fonts in here. Cool. Now we have our text. Let's choose one of them. I believe Neuropole was the one we were using for our buttons. Let's use Null Shock again, same one we used for the title, as our cost. And I'm going to center this and maybe make it even smaller, like 56. Cool. So now when we display numbers like 1,000 and make it white and give it an outline. Let's put an outline on it. There we go. Effect distance. Let's make it 3 and 3. Or 4 and 4. Yeah, that looks good. I'm just going to leave it called text. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to put it on the other item. This position X is going to be 0, so it centers again. I'm going to duplicate this, put it on item 3, change its position to 0 again. And we'll make one like 2,500 points. And the last one, 5,000 points. Cool. Or we'll call it... We'll actually make this a monetary purchase. We'll make this 99 cents. And that's where we'll put our little in-app purchase in. Now thinking about how this interface works, why is there a giant purchase button there? Unless there was a way to select a highlight rather than using these buttons as actual buttons, we could just use the purchase plus a selection that has been made. We can still use them as buttons, but have a highlighting object of some type. Sure. Okay, so let's create a 2D object, sprite, make it it's supposed to stretch to the size of the item it's a part of. Needs a sprite. Let's give it a generic one. Actually, let's dictate its width and height, so I can at least see it and work with it. This is why we aren't seeing it. Sorting layer, menu, 1. Sprites default. What? Gotcha. Okay. What about a background? Is that gonna work? Frustrations. Sprite mode is not in polygon mode. Okay, well, I might have to actually create create a sprite for this. It's fine. But all I really wanted to add was just a rectangle that would highlight. So let's go back into Photoshop and create a new layer. Put it above layer 2. I'm going to activate this background layer so we can see what we're doing. I'm going to go with white so that when we're in game we can manipulate its alpha and its tone and everything. Going to make it the size of one of these rectangles. I don't know for sure if this is the same size as the other rectangles, but let's test it out. Yeah, it's not. That's what I get for not measuring it out. It's fine though. If we make this the same color as the border and make it slightly larger, then we can move these around. Thought I would be able to do that. Alright, well, the alternative is to create a little highlighting effect rather than one that fills the entire space. Let's create a nice little gradient. And we'll make it radial gradient. What I'm trying to do is create like a vignetting effect, almost, where this outer edge, I still have my brush settings. Okay, I don't need stuttering. I do need shape dynamics, but I don't need jitter. Okay. Cool. Let's change our hardness to the softest one we can get. Increase the size of our brush. Awesome. Something like that is what I was hoping for. And then maybe finding a way to blur these edges via an outer glow. Okay, so the outer glow size. Alright. Not a lot of spread, a little bit more opacity. And then I'm going to actually go through with a soft eraser and kind of round out these edges because they're very, very jagged. Like that. So what we get is this kind of window pane selection that will highlight one of our skins. Let's put our skins back up. Boom. Something like that. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Now I can disable everything else. Trim, transparent pixels, save as, selection, Selection highlight. I'll save that. Alright, and then we'll just make one selected by default. Not too hard. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to leave this like this for you guys. And I'll save that in the PSD. Cool. Now we got to bring that new selection highlight into our sprites. Just like so. And I'll drop it on each one of these. Change its layer to menu and have it appear at order 0. Scale 100 by 100. And I'll put it actually under the ship by centering it on it like that. There we go. Cool. So that's going to be our selection highlight. Let's change the color to something cool like a cyan or maybe a green. Give them the feeling that they're getting something formula. Alright. Enough playing around. Let's make this layer -1 so it applies behind everything. Let's duplicate it and let's put it on every ship. And you're probably wondering, what's the point of having it on every ship? Well, we can just selectively hide and unhide what we don't need. I'm actually even going to hide the first selection. And then we will have the menu manager manage the store, figure out what's highlighted. Okay, let's get this game going now. Alright, so when we press play, what do we want to happen? We actually don't even have to transition to another scene. We can leave this background the way it is. We don't have to scroll it. We don't have to do anything with it right now. But what we can do is we can start building the game right now. Let's make an empty, and we'll call it player ship. And this is going to hold the sprite for the ship. We also need a folder for prefabs. I'm going to rename this player default. Now in the player ship, this default sprite, I'm going to set the position to 0, 0, 0. Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh, man. It says, due to floating point precision, it's recommended to bring the world coordinates of the game object within a smaller range. Okay. It's really strange. I was showing it a second ago, but then I changed the... What was it? The Z coordinate. Okay. Alright. Let's change the scale. Let's make it 25.5. And then just position it somewhere around here. And now I'm thinking, maybe it would be better if we're playing like this. Of course. It's fine. This is just a demo, like I said. So let's have the player ship be able to move. Let's have a rigid body. Uh, 2D rigid body. Rigid body 2D. There we go. It's simulated, no gravity. Collision detection, continuous. Alright, so this is going to be our default skin. Now we need to go in our sprites and get our alternative skins and place them on the ship and set their X and Y positions to 0 as well. Why did I move that sprite? And set their scale to 0.5. Whenever you move the player ship, you should move it as a unit. As its own thing. Come to think of it, I'm wondering why Unity is not showing the actual... Okay. In any case, let's actually set the scale to 1 here on each of these sprites so we don't have to keep setting them. Set the player ship itself, its scale to 0.5, 0.5. There we go. Or 0.25, just to give the game a feeling of more space. 0.35? Yeah, okay, that's about the right size I want. Awesome. Okay, world coordinates of the game object to a smaller range. Why on earth is it putting my Z coordinate at 3000 whatever, where my main camera is at 0? It's strange to me that it disappears. Main camera. Far clipping plane is at 1000. What in the world is going on here? Unity, stop this madness. Alright, I'm going to have to play nice with whatever value it's set as default, which is really, really annoying. Hold on. No, I don't. I'm going to move my sprites out. I'm going to delete player ship. Create a new empty. Set its coordinate to 0, 0, 0. Focus on it. Okay, now we're back in business. Don't know why I did that. Really strange. Cool. Let's go back to 2D. And I'll take this player default and ship steel. These settings, we're gonna set them back to 1. Player default 1. Position 0. Position 0. We'll put these back under game object. This game object is going to be labeled player ship. Scale 0.35, 0.35. So it automatically resizes our skins to whatever size we happen to have the ship at. And we're going to put purple on here. 1, 1. And we're going to put gold on here. 1, 1. Sweet. All of these are going to be off by default, except for, well, yeah, all these are going to be off by default. But for now, let's leave player default on for testing, and maybe give it a little bit of color. Make it like a light gray, but with no fancy gradients. Cool. So that's going to be our default sprite. I actually can create another empty for organization purposes and just call it skins. Drag all of our, make sure skins is centered, then drag all of our child skin objects into skins just for organization. Okay, good. Now I'm going to add our booster to it. Here's our little shmup booster. Boom. We're going to set its order to -1 on the layer so it's behind. And we're going to set its scale to 1 and 1. And then manipulate its Y coordinate. Oh wow. I'm going to have to really be precise. So hold shift for precise movements. And then just kind of position it where it's needed. There we go. Now we have our little booster. Excellent. Player ship sprites set up. Awesome. Let's set up the... Let's move this over and set up the enemy. Enemy ship. I might actually make another empty called skins if we wanted to make those for whatever reason. Drop our enemy ship in. Did I double check those coordinates before I started doing crazy stuff? No, I didn't. Sorry, I'm going to undo, center this empty called enemy ship. Now make my little skins folder, create empty skins. I call them folders, but they're really just child objects for organization. Alright, cool. I'm going to call it the enemy ship 0.35 scale as well. That's going to be a challenge to dodge. We'll have them moving fairly slowly. And then we're going to put the boosters on this as well. On one. And just kind of position it where it's needed. Which is like down here. And then move its layer. Yeah, you get the picture. Move the layer so that it fits. Awesome. Cool. Now, it is possible for you to add an animation to like make the jets flicker like this, but I'm not going to do that right now. Enemy ship's going to be at 0, player ship's going to be at 0. Let's spawn these in at specific points. So let's save the player ship prefab, and let's save the enemy ship prefab, and delete them both. And then create an empty, move it over to, okay, Z coordinate 0, Y coordinate 0.5, position -2 on the X. Now if I spawn a player ship there and test this by dropping a player ship on it, the booster isn't hidden and you can kind of move up and down, which is good. Well, that's the intended function anyway. We don't have it yet. I'm going to call this empty we just created player spawn. And now I'm going to introduce a new empty called Game Manager. And I'm going to zero out those coordinates as well. Okay. So this menu manager, let's go back to the menu real quick. Menu canvas. When we press play, we want these menus to hide and we want the player to spawn. Okay. So let's go into the menu manager, add a script called menu manager. And if you just type menu manager and click new script, create an add, it should add a C# script. Yep. Double click this, and it will open up in Visual Studio, which I have on my other monitor. I'm going to move this over so you can see it. Okay, cool. So what we're going to need, we don't need start, we don't need update. We need public game object, capital G, main menu, and public game object store menu. So we're going to have two functions. I'm going to say public hide public void play. Whoa. Thank you, Visual Studio, for auto-completing that when I did not want it. And then when we press play, we want to say main menu dot game object dot set active false, store menu dot game object dot set active to false. Now once these are both set active to false, we want to spawn the player. So I'm going to make another script on our game manager to handle player spawning and despawning. We're going to call this game manager. And there's already a defined game manager in Unity, so it shows up as a cog as a property. Alright, so for our game manager, we're going to have a public game object, which is going to hold our prefab for the player ship. I'm going to call it that, or let's just call it player. And then we're going to say public void spawn player. And we may also need a public game object player spawn. Cool. Now eventually we're going to add some wave management here, but really all we need to do is say when spawn player is called, instantiate player at the location of player spawn. GameObject.transform. I believe that's all we need. Yep. Or I think you can pass it player spawn. Let's see. No, you cannot. You have to pass a transform. So player spawn.GameObject.transform, and that'll solve that. Okay, so with our game manager object, we should drag our player prefab into it, our player ship, and we should also drag the player spawn from the level into the game manager. So, back to the menu manager. Let's assign our menu canvas for main menu and shop canvas for store menu. Go into the menu manager again. Now say game manager dot instance. Hold on. Sorry, I haven't set up that shortcut. Game manager. Let's set it up just through another inspector plug. Game object, game manager. Game manager dot game object dot get component. Game manager. That's going to be our script. And then say dot. What did we say? Spawn player. Cool. That should be easy enough. In the main menu manager, once it reloads and refreshes, drag our game manager object into the menu manager, and now they can communicate. I also want to do the same for our game manager. I want that two-way communication to exist. Sorry I'm not defining the globals, but we're kind of in a hurry. Menu manager. Cool. Game object, menu manager for game manager. Let's add a function. Public void return to menu. Let's say player. So destroy. Well, the player's gonna be destroyed at the end of the level anyway, but return to menu. Let's just activate menu manager, or tell the menu manager to enable the menu. Let's do this. Public void show menus. Or show menu. And we'll say main menu dot game object dot set active to true. Add another function. Public void show shop. Main menu dot game object dot set active to true. Cool. Menu manager dot game object dot get component. Menu manager dot show menu. Cool. So we have our game manager that is instantiating the player when it's called to spawn the player. Basically, the game has started. Let's actually make another function. Public void start game. Then call spawn player from here. That way, when play is pressed on the menu, we're going to call start game, which does a whole host of other functions, rather than just spawning the player. Cool. Compile error. I missed a semicolon. Okay. So I press play. Boom. It's not working. I wonder why. We haven't hooked up those event managers. Okay, so play button. Down here, event trigger. We're going to drag menu manager into this object and grab the function on menu manager called play. So now we know play is called. Same thing here, menu manager. For the X2, there's no function for it yet, but or it's for the store, there's no function for it yet. Let's add those. Menu manager. Show shop, we do want to hide main menu too. Main menu game object set active to false. And when you show menu, I want to make sure there's no shop. Main menu. Oh. What in the world did I do before? Store menu. That game object set it active to true under shop. Main menu set active to false. Okay. Now we've got store menu game object set active to false. Because we want to hide the store menu, show the main menu. This one's showing the store menu, and the main menu, you get it. Alright. So show shop is working. Now let's do public void X2 press. And we're going to go to debug.log X2 press. Cool. And now menu manager. We've got the menu manager on our store button. Now we need to go to menu manager event, show shop. X2 menu manager. Go to function X2 pressed. Usually I just go through and say menu pressed. Let's change it. Menu. No. Show menu is correct. Show shop is correct. Show menu is correct. Sorry. Store pressed is what we wanted for that. And then play pressed is what we wanted for that. Now let's let Unity update. Okay, so now when we look at our play button, it says missing. Let's change it again to play pressed. Just for consistency's sake, menu manager, store pressed. So play pressed, store pressed, and now X2 pressed. Okay. Whew! Funny thing is, this isn't going to hide our title. So let's add one more thing to be managed by our menu manager. Public game object title. So title.gameObject.set active false, and then in the show menu, title.gameObject.set active true. Store pressed, title.gameObject.set active to false, hiding the title again. And I just realized this, thinking about the logic that we're setting up here. There's no way to get from the store back to play. So I'm going to press X2. It says X2 pressed. If I press the store, I'm missing an assignment in menu manager. What am I missing? Title. So if I click store, alright, I accidentally pressed pause as well. Let's just restart. Assign the title in the menu manager and then press play. Okay, if we go to store, boom, it takes us to our store, but there's no way to get back. That's a bit of a problem. Let's go into the store real quick, our shop canvas, and let's make a button that'll allow us to go back. So we can actually duplicate the purchase button, bring it down, and then just say return button, and then we're going to call this instead of purchase text, we're going to add some text of our own, UI text. We're going to make them like size 36. Going to give it our null shock font. I'm going to say return. Also, the width and height need to be adequate. So let's increase those. Just grab width or grab height and then just scroll over. Change our text color to white. Center our alignment in both cases. Modify the font until it's an adequate size. Return. It's like a sequel. Anyway. Awesome. I'm going to move it down to make it look a little more centered, then add an outline component. And then add 4 pixels on X and Y. Boom. Now when they press return, we want the button to do something, right? So let's grab our menu manager and call show menu. Now I'm going to hide the shop canvas as default, activate the menu canvas, save the project, and play. Now when I press store, it takes us to the store. I can press return, it goes back to the main menu. X2 gives us the button, and then when I press play, boom, our ship spawns. Okay, so now we have our little menu set up. Excellent. Now let's get the player to have some basic controls. So we'll go into our prefabs. We're going to hide our menu for now so we can do some testing. I'll put the player ship at y coordinate minus, or x coordinate -2. And let's add a rigid body 2D to this thing again. Sorry, that got destroyed in the other process. It's going to be dynamic, gravity scale 0, and have continuous collision detection. So how are we going to get this ship to move? Well, let's have it accelerate towards a certain point when you press on the screen. Yes, ideally there would be some user feedback for pressing the screen. You would see like a little blip come up. Maybe we'll add that. Who knows? But for now, we need to add a player movement, or player manager. Player manager. And then we'll have that actually dictate how fast we're moving, how much HP we have, etc., etc. Let's just set up our player manager to have a few variables. Private by default. So float health. Healthy. Let's see. Float speed. And we're going to have to set some bounds, but we can do that with colliders. Alright, so we're not going to directly translate, we're going to use the rigid body. So we are going to actually need a rigid body reference. So rigid body 2D, RB 2D. Okay. First thing we want to do, in fixed update. So void fixed update, private void fixed update. We're going to need to take our input, which is going to be a tap on the screen, and then we're going to apply a speed, like the maximum speed, to go towards that direction. So this is going to be more of like a speed per tick kind of thing. So that's current speed. Float speed is going to be current speed. Then we can do like float acceleration. Alright, by now we've gotten pretty far. I think I'm going to take a break, and then we'll finish up the player movement. You guys should probably take a break too. It's been a while. Once we get the player movement going, we'll just spawn the enemies in and have them go across the screen, and then put in some two-dimensional bounds. So I'll be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Let's finish our move enemy script. So on awake, we just want to modify the rigid body that this is going to have. So let's give it a rigid body 2D like usual, RB 2D. And then we're going to apply its speed as velocity directly. So negative speed 0, 0. The reason why I said that is it's going to be going in the opposite direction, going in the negative x direction. And that's fine. Now, I also want to make it so that if this collides with a trigger, on trigger enter 2D, and we say if collision dot compare tag, or dot game object dot compare tag level bounds destroyed. Just that game object. So I'm gonna add another barrier. Let me exit this little prefab. Level bounds. That is indeed the tag. I'm gonna double check. Okay. This barrier we have that's a trigger on the right side is far enough over that when the wave spawner hits, or when the wave spawner spawns enemies, the enemies aren't going to go into that collider. So what we need to do is just duplicate this. So copy component, paste component values. Oh, not paste component as new. And then change the X offset to negative. So it's on the opposite side over there. Now when enemies spawn in, they will hit this trigger on the opposite side. And that's how we'll determine, that's how we'll clean up the enemies if they make it past the player. With this script right here. Periodically we want these to fire. So in fixed update, let's have float timer and awake timer equals 0.0f, and we'll say timer minus equals time.delta time if timer is less than or equal to 0, then we want timer to be set equal to fire rate. And we also want it to fire. So I'll call the fire function. Oh my goodness. Autocomplete is killing me right now. There we go. Now let's add a fire function to this. So void fire. And we will instantiate. Let's add a bullet to this as well. We need a bullet prefab with a different image. We'll just make it enemy bullet prefab. So public game objects bullet prefab, or just say bullet, doesn't matter. We'll call it the same. So we'll instantiate bullet, and we also need a hotspot for the enemy as well. So public game objects hotspot. So instantiate bullet at hotspot dot transform. Cool. So this new bullet prefab is going to have, it's going to be an exact copy of the other bullet prefab, the player bullet. Let's bring it into the scene. Let's unpack the prefab completely, and we'll call it enemy bullet. And then we will take that shmup sprites 1 and actually change it to shmup sprites 2, which is that red one. It'll keep the exact same transforms. And the only thing we need to change is we need to make it left firing. We can actually do like a little IFF check for the bullet if it's B right firing or B left firing. And then add this to prefabs. Yep. So when he fires, the enemy ship is going to have, let's add a hotspot to the enemy ship. The bullet is going to be enemy bullet. Hotspot, let's add a empty. And that camera's in the way, but let's move the empty down here. And we'll call it hotspot. That's what they used to call fire points back in the day in some studios. Okay. Let's apply the override. Take this spot here. Apply this override too. Now I can delete the enemy ship. and now we can focus on spawning the ship in. So this is Game Manager. I still need to put Menu Manager in here for some reason. And then we have Wave Spawner. Game Manager has to be able to talk to Wave Spawner, so I'm going to add a reference to the Wave Spawner in our Game Manager. Public game object Wave Spawner. And then at start game, we'll say spawn first wave. And that'll tell, I'll say void spawn first wave. Wave spawner. Dot game object dot get component. Wave spawner. I'm gonna make a script called wave spawner, and I'll say initialize wave. Okay. So in wave spawner, let's make a new script. Cool. Create an add. Also, let me double check some. Oh, yeah. Okay. Never mind. I already thought of that. Did it not make a wave spawner? There it is. Boy, that took a while. Okay. So there's a few things that the game manager is going to be able to hold on to. Let's say public int level. And then the wave spawner is going to say public let's do public int array called wave numbers. This will stores number of waves based on level index. Okay. That just means how many waves of enemies we're going to spawn, and then we should have public int wave count or enemy count per. So we know how many enemies per wave are going to spawn. Cool. So now we need to figure out what our bounds are for spawning our enemies. If I go over to my prefabs, drop the enemy ship on the wave spawner, and move them up the maximum amount, it looks like about 3.75. It's about as high as you want it. Let me look at the level bounds. Yes, 3.75. And then that would be negative 3.75 as well. Let me delete the ship. So, public void initialize wave. That's what was just counted, called by the game manager. And this is what's going to start everything off. It's going to use the wave number and the enemy count per to spawn a certain number of enemies at once. Then we should have time between waves. So public float time, or we could say wave interval. There we go. And then a private timer, float timer. And then in public, let's see, sorry, fixed update. Let's say timer minus equals time.delta time. If timer is less than or equal to 0, then timer equals wave interval. Alright, and on awake, let's just set it. So there's a little bit of a delay. Timer equals wave interval. I also need to set the timer for the enemy fire rate as well. I don't want the timer to be 0 to begin with for this. We want it to be fire rate. Okay, so I'll just make a mental note that we do need to revisit that. Okay, back to the wave spawner. Initialize wave. Alright, instantiate. Okay, so let's do this. Enemy count per. For int I equals 0, I less than enemy count per I plus plus instantiate you know what? Now that I think about it, the index of the wave can be used to determine what wave it is, and enemy count per is kind of unnecessary because you can store the numbers you want to spawn per wave in wave numbers. And then when you reach the end of wave numbers, you could consider that the end of the level. Let's try that. So let's do a for each instead. For each int I in wave numbers, instantiate this is going to have to be based on how many we want to spawn. So we're going to have a counter of some type. No. No, 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 no. Initialize wave. Got it. Float enemy per. Enemies per equals. Darn it, I gotta get a reference to the game manager. I cannot believe I didn't make that global. Hold on, let me just test something. Yeah, it's got to be. It's in the level. So game object, game manager. Game object get component game manager, and then we're gonna say dot level. Okay. So enemies per is going to be wave numbers at index level from the game manager. Okay? And we should set this in the inspector before we forget. Is this going to be public? It should be. There are other ways to make singleton instances of the game manager. I'm just kind of doing it long form right now. There we go. So now that we get the level, we grab the wave number or the enemies per that should spawn for each. So instead of for each, I'm actually going to need that for int I equals 0, I less than enemies per I plus plus increment I after the loop. Okay, so instantiate, and we have to have an enemy public game object enemy. Instantiate enemy at this dot transform dot. Okay, we need a transform. We need a vector 3 position and a rotation. We could use identity for quaternion identity, but vector 3 position. Okay, new vector3 this dot transform dot x dot position dot x this, and then do let's do a random number each time. The range we found out was negative 3.75 to 3.75. So float rand equals random dot range, and you put in your minimum and maximum, negative 3.75 to 3.75. F. It floats. Okay, cool. Now we can take rand, plug that in as our y coordinate, and then just plug in 0 for z, because that's what it is, and then put in Quaternion dot identity to prevent rotating on spawning, and just go with what the object has. And there we go. So this should go through the wave numbers per level, then tell it how many enemies per wave to spawn, then cycle through the enemies per wave, generate a random number between negative 3.75 and 3.75 for the y coordinate, and then instantiate it at the correct x coordinate, which is the spawn location. Now let's make sure that the enemies are actually moving in the proper direction. That's something we did not do. Oh wait, yes we did. In awake, we set the velocity, we set the vector3 speed. Yeah, got it. It's right here. Are we missing anything? I feel like I feel like I said we have a mental note to go somewhere. Let me just look. At the rigid body, we couldn't move enemy. They're destroying when they hit the level bounds. They instantiate bullets. They've got the fire rate. They set their timer. Okay, so I need to set the fire rate in the inspector, and I also need to set the intervals and wave numbers in the inspector. The other problem is that I need to check to see if the level is out of bounds for the array of wave numbers. Okay, so if game manager dot game object dot get component game manager dot level is greater than wave numbers dot size or length, then break? No. Darn it. Thanks Visual Studio. Okay, so that's not a keyword. Basically, if it's greater than that length, I don't want it to execute. So let's just do, if it's less than or equal to the length, then spawn things. Else, else trip a variable that says all have spawned. Let's do that. Full ended level ended. This isn't going to be the end of the level entirely. Or let's say waves ended. And then we'll do another check in Game Manager to see if the level ended, because all the waves could have spawned, but there might still be enemies in play, and you can't say the level has ended until they've all been destroyed some way or another. So let's just say waves ended was true, and then we're going to go to Game Manager, go into, let's do a fixed update. And we're going to say if wave spawner game object get component wave spawner dot Just had it. Just had it. Sometimes I gotta look. Waves ended. There it is. Okay, if waves ended. Is it public? That's what I want to know. No, it needs to be. So it can coordinate. There we go. So if waves ended and there are no enemies in play. So game object dot find objects of type. Now it's not going to work that. It's not going to work either. We need to find a way to count all objects in scene. Find game objects with tag.length. That's what it was. Game object, find game objects with tag, and then we're going to tag our enemies. Make a new tag for them. Open prefab, tag, add tag, enemy, save. Boom, it has been tagged. Save all. With tag, enemy. Dot length. Equal to 0. Then, no enemies left. And waves have finished. This is when we call level ended. And we're going to make a new function. And this is where we're going to put our show level add, and then our safe case. If an ad fails to load, it will go back to the menu. Okay, cool. So for now, I'm just going to debug.log level ended. Now that that's saved, let's go in and let's add some waves to this wave spawner. So I'm going to say wave interval is 4 seconds. Wave numbers is going to be here we go. Let's make it 4 waves of 2, 3, and 7 for shiggles at the end, just for fun. Then we're going to go to our enemy ship. Now the move enemy, where am I setting its velocity? Because I do want to make sure that it's going the right speed. This does need to be a public speed variable. Let me open that prefab up. And we're going to set the speed to be something like 1,000. Okay. Alright. We haven't run a test in a while. Let's test it and see how it's doing. The variable wave spawner game manager has not been assigned. Enemy. Enemy hasn't been assigned in wave spawner. What do you mean? Game manager is right there. Alright. Let's try this again. Game manager script. It is assigned. And fixed objects. Wave spawner game objects. Waves. Oh! This was not in the wave spawner, this was in the game manager. Of course. Gotta plug in the wave spawner, but I gotta do it when it's not running. Okay, just again. Let me just tackle one error at a time. There we go. We're good. I'm moving. Wave spawner does not seem to be doing anything. Spawn first wave. Initialize wave and wave spawner. Okay, initialize wave and wave spawner. Ah, timer equals wave interval. We also need to initial. Huh. Let's try that. Let's just maybe, just maybe it wasn't being called on update. Alright. Alright, here we go. Object not set to an instance of an object, rigid body. Did we forget to add a rigid body to the enemy ship? Yes, yes we did. Rigid body 2D. And no gravity. And we are eventually going to make it so that when the enemy ship collides with the player, then it'll kill the player instantly. And when the player bullets collide with the ship, it'll kill the enemy ships instantly. Alright, here we go. We've got another. It wasn't assigned. Okay, RB2D equals get component rigid body 2D. I don't know what I was thinking. Thinking ahead too far. Alright, so now we got enemy ships spawned in. They showed up behind everything. What layer is this on? I bet if I hide the level background, we'll see these ships. No, we're not. What in the world? These are supposed to be despawned. Did I set the fire rate for the enemy ship? That's the other thing. Is that public? Respawner, move enemy, fire rate. No, public. HP should be public too. Wondering why I can't see these things. Alright. Let's try this again. Open prefab. HP, let's make it like 10. Fire rate every 3 seconds. And then the speed is 1000. Oh, that's their velocity. That's not, okay. Okay. Let's set it to something like 200 pixels per second rather than some little slice of time like we did for the player. Alright, 200's a little fast. Maybe 50 pixels per second? I was wondering why we weren't seeing the enemies. They, they're going a little fast there. Gone. Okay. Maybe not 50. If they went at 5. Maybe it'll give me time to dodge. Oh, there we go. Okay, there's our 2. There's, okay, that was 3, but they were kind of stacked. No, that was 2. Interesting. So it's only spawning 2 at a time. How many waves did I have in the wave spawner? Let's look. Yep. It's really not going any further. And there was the other thing. We didn't add a collider to the enemy ship. So let's drag one in. Or let's focus on the one in here. Add a circle collider, 2D. I'm going to increase the radius of this just a bit. There. So they should be despawning now. Let me go to the player spawn. Cool. I'm looking at the level bounds. Let's watch from this perspective. Oh, that's interesting. Alright then. Oh god, I love unintended behavior. Pew pew. Yes. Oh, it's firing too. But once every 3 seconds. Maybe I could tighten that up a bit. And also freeze rotation along the Z. I'm going to freeze rotation for the player ship as well. And let's take the enemy ship fire rate and maybe make it every half second. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I'm wondering why they decided to go up. Also, it's only spawning 2 at a time. And the bullets don't appear to be frozen in the Z direction either. And they do appear to be colliding. So let's freeze rotation in the Z. And freeze their Y position as well. So the reason why the ships are being bumped up is because the bullets have their own collision. Ah, these should be triggers. And they should be tagged. Let's tag these as player bullet and enemy bullet. And then add another tag called enemy bullet. Alright. All the little hardships I had forgotten about. There we go. They're firing, but they go so fast. Maybe we should make the enemy ships go even slower. Possibly 2 pixels per second. They're going at a constant rate. Pew pew. There we go. Alright. Good. Now, the one thing that's going on is it's always spawning 2. I'm wondering what the deal with that is. Let's look at our wave initialization again. Okay. So in fixed update, if the timer hits 0, that's the time between waves. Let me look at the time between waves right now, which is set at 4 seconds. Okay. Then, okay, so the game manager level isn't incrementing. Got it. Let's change that. So it's not dependent on that, on the game manager. Let's have the level increment when we're done, right? So plus equals 1. Cool. We have the level increment. Nice. But the wave numbers themselves... You know, that's going to be the same thing, to be honest. Let's just leave it. Let's say level, the wave number index changes after each round of enemies has finished spawning. Yeah, that works fine. So now we should see 2, then 3, then let's make it 5, then 7, and just it's absurd, but we should also see that waves ended check on the right. Okay, so 2 have spawned. Alright, 3 have spawned. Yes! Okay, so that was the error. Ah, I'll push you into it. 5 have spawned. This is insanity. 7 have spawned. Oh my god. And... oh! Did I hit the pause button? I did. I'm glad that wasn't the game freezing. Now, here's the thing. Index is outside of bounds of array. That's interesting, because okay, let's do less than instead of less than equal to, and that'll be that. We also should make it so that the enemy ship and the players do not collide on the physics. They're on different physics layers. So let's go to project settings, physics 2D. Let's add some new layers. So for the player ship, let's add a layer. We'll just call it player. Let's add a new layer called enemy ship, or player ship and enemy ship. That'll be fine. Cool. This shows up here. Okay, should player ship and enemy ship ever collide? No. Should enemy ship and enemy ship collide? Yes. There we go. So now that's how you micromanage that. You go to edit, project settings. You go to project settings, you go to physics 2D or physics if you're in 3D. And then these are your layers. You just create another layer for the object, and then it's kind of like you can see where they meet up, where they cross, and you can choose whether they interact with one another. And in this case, I don't want the player bumping an enemy so that it never reaches the ending, and then it never is considered dead, and the level never ends entirely. So first thing I'm going to do is actually bump down some of these spawning numbers. So 2, 3, 2, I'll put maybe 4 at the end. 4 seconds between each wave seems fine. The enemy ships could move a little slower at like maybe 1.5. And finally, I do need to label player ship as the layer of player ship. Yes, change children. And enemy ship needs to be on the layer of enemy ship. Yes, change children. I'll save the scene. I'm actually going to save this scene as something else. In scenes, we're going to call it main. This is now main scene, so I'm going to destroy the sample scene. I'm also going to enable menu manager. I'm going to destroy this player ship. There's no overrides I need to apply before I destroy it, so that's good. I'll save this, and when I hit play, we should be able to go through a whole set, or a whole round. Let's go to game manager real quick. For level ended, let's talk to menu manager. Let's despawn the player first of all. Destroy player dot game object, and then menu manager dot set active. No, menu manager dot get component, or dot game object dot get component. Menu manager dot show menu. Okay. to do. Show add between levels. That's where that's going to go. We've almost got this full gameplay loop going. And that shouldn't happen. The wave spawner shouldn't just start. So wave spawner, initialize wave. I'm going to say public bool game started. Oh, game active. That way we can use it like a switch and turn it on and off. So if game active, then do all this timer stuff. Initialize wave. I'm going to say game active equals true when initialize wave is called. And the initialize wave is going to be called via game manager, which is going to be talking to the menu manager. So when we press play, this should not be spawning anything because the game is not active. I press play. Now the game's active. I can fire. These should not affect one another. They don't, which is good. The only thing the player can do is dodge at the moment. Alright. So we've got our waves going across. And I believe 4 was our last wave. And because they can collide with one another, they space themselves out naturally. Now the level ended, and it says destroying assets is not permitted to avoid data loss. If you really want to remove an asset, use destroy immediate. What? Okay, so I could not destroy the player game object right then. Hey guys, welcome back. I'm done with my break. We're going to tackle this movement now. So, the first thing we're going to need is we're going to actually need a rigid body 2D reference. I'm just going to call that RB2D. And then we're going to grab it in the start function or in the awake function. So RB2D equals get components rigid body 2D. Boom. Just like that. So now that we have it, we need to grab the touch input and figure out where it is on the screen. Actually, where it is with regards to world space. So what you do is you use a world space conversion. So what we're going to do first is we're going to make a variable that kind of tracks the touch position on the screen, and we can make it a temporary variable. That's fine. So vector2. Oh no, let's not. Let's make it. Yeah. Let's make it a temporary variable. Vector2. Let's see. Touched position equals input dot get touch 0 dot position. And what that's going to do is it's going to access the input, get the very first touch. So there is an order of input. You can actually have multiple touch inputs at once on mobile, but the first one is the one that matters in this case. So we get that touched position. Then we're going to create a vector3, which is going to be the move to position in world space. Let's call it move to world. And that's going to be the touched position plus it. Let's actually define the touched position in 3 axes so that we don't have to go back and append it. We can actually do a vector3 touched position say new vector 3 input get touch 0 position dot x, input get touch 0 dot position dot y, and then 0. And the reason where I got z, that 0 value for z, if you look in our world and you go from 2D to 3D, you can see that there's distance between the camera and the player position. The player position, if you check its z-coordinate, is 0, and the camera position is at -10. Alright, and that's the z position we want to evaluate, and we want to convert it to a world position. So what we're going to do is we're going to say camera.main.screen to world point. And then we're going to feed that touched position into it, and that's going to convert it into the real world coordinates relative to where you're touching on the screen. That's actually a really complex calculation. I'm so thankful Unity does that for us. But now we have our move to world position, and then we can accelerate the player towards that point. Let's do it. So RB2D, we know the player position, it's the current position. Dot add force. And then we're going to give it a no. Yeah, we're actually not moving in third space, so we can just pull the x and y from move to world. Yeah, because it's asking for a vector 2 for RB2D, of course. So we add force. First, we need the normalized direction to that move to world point. So what we do is say vector 3 normalized direction equals, so vector b minus a, so the point that we're trying to go to minus the point that we're occupying right now. Move to world minus game object, or no, minus transform dot position. Okay, so we have our position and we have our move to world. We're going to take this, we're going to say dot normalize, and that's going to get the normalized value of that, which is going to take that distance, it's going to divide it by the magnitude, it's going to turn it into a percentage, which gives us that direction. Okay, so now we're going to use that as the direction to add for the scalar acceleration. So acceleration times, wait. Yeah, acceleration times normalized direction dot x, acceleration times normalized direction dot y, cannot convert from float to force mode 2D. Going to convert from float to vector 2. So I can't, hold on, I'm grabbing one. Alright, cool. Float x equals normalized direction dot x, float y equals normalized direction dot y. Amazing. Acceleration times x, acceleration times y. We got a float acceleration, we got a float x, add force is asking for a vector 2. I thought add force had an overload, and it says it does, but I guess we are supposed to convert this to a vector 3. So vector 3 let's just call it motion equals new vector, God, not vector 2, I mean, not vector 3, vector 2, new vector 2, feed in the acceleration times x, acceleration times y, got it. Now we use this as add force. Whew! There we go. So just a comment, grab, touch, input, convert to world coordinates, vector b minus a, which points to a, to find direction, normalized, and then we take that normalized direction component in x and y and we multiply it by our acceleration value. So multiply acceleration rate by normalized direction components, which is going to give us some decent acceleration. But one thing I did forget was times time dot delta time. Since acceleration is going to be a unit of time, like meters per second, then multiplying by the slice of time is going to give us the accurate rate for going in that direction. And then we are going to apply the force to the player in the direction we want to move. Yep, and that's it. Now I need to put in some bounds. So I'm going to go back into 2D. I'm going to create some empties. Let's say level bounds. I'm going to put this at z0, y0, x0, and then I'm going to add a component 2D box collider. Alright, now we go into edit collider mode. I can grab this, edit collider, hold alt after clicking handle to pin center in place, shift after, okay. So I can grab the handles anyway. Grab them up, grab a handle, hold alt, boom. Okay, so this is going to be our top barrier. Can't go beyond this point, which I'm fine with being like this size. Okay, now I need to get out of edit mode, add another one. You know what's funny? I originally intended this game to be an up and down only kind of motion. So maybe we should actually take this acceleration x and nix it. So it doesn't go forward or back, but it only goes up or down when you do touch input. Regardless, we're probably going to have to overload these controls if this doesn't work. But let me finish putting up the level bounds. I'm going to copy this. Copy component, paste as new, and then move my offset to -5, and that's going to take the same dimensions, the size, and it's just going to move that to the bottom of the screen. Okay, so now we only need to have 2 bounds colliders, and if I press play, and okay, so it's not going to take mouse input, but if I were on a phone, I could do touch input. I'm going to overload these controls real quick and say touch position equals this, but also equals input dot get Let's just use the mouse position for now. Input.mouse position. That's going to give us a vector 3. Yeah. Cool. Let's use that for testing. And it should be touched. Pause. There we go. Alright, let's test. No. There I was thinking it was moving along there. There's no constraints. I do want to freeze position X. Alright. Let's simplify some things. So if you guys wanted to go with the mobile route, which is what you're supposed to do, you would use something like this, where you'd get the touch position, and then you would add a force. You know what? Maybe the time.delta time is what's throwing it off. Maybe. Let me just let me not scrap everything. Let's just try this. Because time.delta time is going to put like really, really incredibly small slices. Oh! I'm a fool. I am a fool. I haven't even set the acceleration. That might possibly be what it needs. Public float acceleration. Let's set it in the inspector over here. Let's make it, I don't know, 50 units, just to make sure that something's happening. The time.delta time is going to put it into an incredibly small slice of time. There we go. So it's moving towards the mouse position and it's accelerating. Look at that. Okay, so it wasn't crazy. And just like a spaceship, it's got to accelerate in the reverse direction for it to get it to work properly. All right, let's change this to something like 100 and try again. See if I get some responsiveness out of this. Alright, 200. Sometimes you just gotta trial and error these things. I believe in 2D it's pixels per second. Alright, let's see if you'll hit the collider. Nope. Sure didn't. It just noped right out of bounds. You see that? Oh, it's gone. Later. Okay, level bounds. It's a collider. Does the player ship have a collider? No. Okay, this is... Let's do a circle collider 2D. And you zoom in on the player. That's their little radius. Let's make it 1. Yeah, that seems fair. That seems fair. Now let's try it. See if we have that the interaction we want. Aha! Now it stops on the 2D collider. Excellent. Now how are we going to get it to fire? That's the next question. Because if we're on mobile, and let's actually test if it'll take mouse inputs as touch inputs. If I like hold down the button at a particular point on the screen, I wonder if it will take it as a touch input. And it says index out of bounds, get touch system. No. So if there are no touch, if get touch 0 is not equal to null, hold up, cannot be applied of type touch and null. touch dot no, let's tap count. Hold on 1 second. Okay, that's what I was looking for. If input dot touch count is greater than 0, saw that, wasn't sure if we should use it, but there we go. Boom. Actually, let's take all of this that doesn't require touch. Yes, it does require touch because it requires this variable to be initialized. Let's move this variable initialization outside of this loop. Let's say new vector 3, make it empty. Yeah, I know, it gets declared twice. Okay, so delete that. Take this out. And then change our mouse assignment to just touch position, just in case you decide to go back to it. And now we can check the touch inputs without getting that error for out of bounds. Okay. Fascinating. There is no gravity on the player ship. The gravity scale is 0. So why then new vector 3, unless the vector 3 is converting to 1. Let's just do new vector 3 0 0 0 and we'll see if that changes it. No, it's not, because okay. So the gate has to be whether there's a touch or not. What was also going on was it was transforming that into a world position. And that was always going to be a thing, even if it was 0. Alright. Well, it's not going to take touch inputs from my mouse. And I don't feel like hooking up my phone. Not right now, anyway. So we're just going to use the mouse inputs at the moment, just to test. So it doesn't gate people that don't want to hook up their phone at the moment. Oh, what does that need to be? It just needs to be commented out. Alright, cool. So we're just going to go off mouse position, and then we'll go off of, I don't know, mouse down. And if you wanted to do this on mobile and we wanted to do touch to fire, we could add another button on the screen for firing. So input dot get mouse button down, and I think you pass it 0. Yep. For the left click. If I, yeah, it should take, yeah, it takes an integer. Okay, so we get that, and then we're gonna call fire. If we get this, void fire. This isn't gonna return anything, but it's gonna instantiate. What we're gonna do is instantiate bullet prefab, which we haven't created yet, and that's it. I mean, every time you click, it should fire. Yeah. So let's create that bullet prefab real quick by creating empty, labeling it player bullet. Yeah, player bullet, and let's give it a circle collider. Make it 0, 0, 0, and put that bullet collider to maybe 0.2, 0.1, 0.2, yeah. Then we're going to take our player bullet that we made out of our sprite sheet, this big old thing. We're going to scale it down to something like 0.25. Yeah. Or 0.2. Or we could make it more flat by giving it smaller and smaller y coordinates. It's up to you guys. I'm going to go with 0.15 for y and maybe 0.3 for x. There we go. Cool. So we have our bullet collider, which actually the radius needs to be 0.1. And then we've got the sprite. Awesome. Now we just need to add a rigid body, 2D. We're going to give it 0 gravity, of course. And then we're going to add a script to it. It says bullet script. Okay. New script, bullet script, create and add. Excellent. So this is going to be on, let's see, public float acceleration. Then we say awake. Also, we need to grab its rigid body 2D, RB2D. We're going to say RB2D.add force. We're going to say new vector2 acceleration times sine 0. And I added the times sine because I was going to add another float sine. No, sorry. Yeah, float sine, and then bool, or public will be right firing. So in its awake, I'll say if be right firing. Come on, I can type. Then we'll say sine equals +1. Else sine equals -1. So we'll have vector2 impulse equals new vector2 acceleration times sine, new vector2 acceleration times sine, comma 0. There we go. And then we'll feed impulse into the vector2, and I'm going to make acceleration pretty large. And you can make it fire at a constant rate, or you can put this in an update and it'll keep adding force, and it'll accelerate as it comes out, which actually might look pretty cool. Should probably do that. Let's try that. Really not hard to do. Fix update. We're gonna have this, and then we're gonna have the impulse times time.delta time, so it doesn't just like skip to that velocity. And I'm going to give this bullet an acceleration of 500. And it's going to be right firing, which I should set as a default as true. Okay. So I'm going to save this as a prefab, as a player bullet. Also, I'm going to delete this and add another boundary for level bounds. I'm going to duplicate this. And actually I need to add a... Okay, getting ahead of myself. Copy component, paste component is new, right? Set offset to 0. Now go into edit mode, shrink this collider, and let's move it off screen far enough away that the bullet will impact it while totally off screen. Now I'll put this as... Actually, I should put it further away. Just in case we spawn enemies further in, we can actually use this object for more than one thing. So I'm going to add a tag, I'm going to say level bounds, and that's what this is going to be. And this is going to be a trigger, so that if something impacts that, I can call on trigger entered on the bullet. On trigger enter 2D, because it's a 2D collider. Collider 2D collision. Then I say if collision dot tag, dot compare tag, and then we put the string in. Level bounds, capital L, capital B. It's got to be exact. If it is the level bounds, then destroy this game object. Boom. That simple. So now I've got kind of a zoomed out view over here so we can see the level bounds, and I want to be able to fire. So the player manager is going to fire, instantiate bullet prefab. I'm going to need to store that bullet prefab on the player. So game object bullet, save that, and then I'm going to say instantiate bullet at this.transform. Okay. Now I click the player ship. I assign the it needs to be a public game object. Let's assign it to the player. And then I'm going to actually, if I open this prefab, does it oof. I do believe I have made a mistake. Unless, say overrides, let's apply all overrides. Whew! Okay, so now when I open the prefab, yeah, it's got my player manager, it's got the bullet prefab and everything. Okay, this is stored on my player ship now. It's safe to delete my player ship, but I don't want to yet. But let's just test everything. Let's turn on the menu manager, press play. When I press play, my ship is there. When I click, it creates the bullet. However, bullet script 27 has a RB add force. Rigid body needs to be assigned on awake. So RB2D equals get component rigid body 2D. Okay, that solves that issue. Also, I'm not a fan of where it showed up, so I might give it a bit of an offset to its spawn. So let's use the player spawns the bullet. Let's do this at transform dot position plus vector 2 Now, is this position a vector 2 or vector 3? It's a vector 3. Let's do plus vector 3, new vector 3, and we'll give it a little bit of an offset. Let's experiment with the player's collider. So I'm going to put the player ship in where the player spawn is. Just real quick. Alright. Now, this is their circle collider. You see the radius expanding and growing. I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but where the circle, where that circle starts, make an offset to the gun hotspot that you want, or you can make an empty and place it here manually, which actually would probably be more reusable. What am I doing? Let's do this instead. Add a empty, call it gun hotspot, and then add a space on the player manager that says public game object hotspot 0. And then we'll say transform position. No, we don't need transform position. We just want hotspot 0. Dot game object dot position, or sorry, dot transform dot position. Boom. Oh, dot transform. Ooh, you do this long enough and you start to get a little foggy. You see how to think through everything. Okay, we got our gun hotspot. If I go to player ship and I assign gun hotspot to hotspot 0, and then I apply the override. Okay, now we have it. Next, are we still going to get that error for the bullet? Don't believe so. Let's try it. Let's see if the bullet fires and if it follows the mouse. Play. It's not following the mouse. If I fire, it's firing bullets, just not from where I want it. Probably because, let me hide this. Drop this on player spawn again. If I grab the gun hotspot and go to transform, yeah, the transform wasn't where I needed it. I need it kind of out in front, right in front of those guns at the bottom. Okay. The bullet's moving though, that's important. And I will apply the transform there. Cool, so you can see the two different positions. There's the hotspot's offset. And if I look at my movement, it's only if input touch count is greater than 0. Kind of funny because it was registering the mouse down as touch count greater than 1. Interesting. Let's try. Let's try holding it down. No. Oh, our bullets accelerate properly. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Now let's see. Do you spawn like they're supposed to? Yes, they do. They hit this invisible trigger over here. I'll show the level bounds. There it goes. Cool. So for testing purposes, I might have to, just for the mouse, I might have to take this whole input section here, copy it, then comment out this touch section, which you would uncomment when you're ready, and then paste this back, saying touch position is mouse position all the time, and then clicking is fire. We're going to replace this mouse down with a button later. But if I press play, now if I move up and down, ooh, he needs more acceleration. He really does. But he's firing, and he's moving back and forth. That's what we want. Okay, next we need to work on the spawner. Then we can, well, I'm getting ahead of myself so much. Let's double the player acceleration so that there's a little bit more responsiveness. I'm going to apply those overrides. Test it one more time. Thank you for your patience. Alright, that's much more responsive. Still not quite what I want. Trying 600 pixels per second. There we go. Alright, awesome. That's just what we needed. And it collides on the bottom and it collides on the top. Excellent. If we want the player to actually bounce off of these, we can add a physics material. Why am I doing this? You can add a physics material that will allow you to bounce. I don't think I'm going to do that right now. But let's just get our spawner in. So I'll create an empty, call it enemy, or let's call it wave spawner. And this is going to store all of our waves. It's going to spawn the enemies relative to its position along the Y. Let's look at the level bounds again. Wave spawner. Excuse me. Okay, good. Enemy ship is, whoops, well out of bounds there. Alright, let's open up the enemy ship prefab. Let's add some just movement to this thing. Move enemy. Let's just call it that. Wow. Did it. There we go. As usual, delete everything in here. Okay. We're just going to go with speed this time. So we're just going to set the velocity just at the beginning. So float speed, and then float HP. Come to think of it, why did I name player HP health? Just name it HP so it's consistent. Okay, so we know how fast the enemies are going to go, and we know how much hit points they're going to have. Finally, let's add float fire rate. That'll be a fun one. Okay, I'm going to take another break, and I will see you shortly. Okay guys, so I figured out the problem. When I assigned the player here in the game manager, it was actually referencing the prefab, and it was not referencing what was actually going to be instantiated in the level. So what I did, let me open up Visual Studio real quick to demonstrate. I created a holder, for lack of a better term, for the player instance. I made a private variable called player instance, and then when we instantiate the player here, you just assign the output of this instantiation function to that player instance variable, and then at the end of the level ended, you say destroy player instance.gameObject, because if you try to destroy the player, it thinks you're talking about the prefab, and then it'll say that it doesn't allow you to do that to prevent data loss. And the only way to do that would be to use destroy immediate, which would be bad because it destroys the actual prefab asset in your game. So don't want to have to recreate that. That would be bad. Okay, so with that said, There's a few more things that need to be done. One is adding damage. So adding hit points to our player and our enemy, and then having our bullets actually collide. So right now our bullet script only has be right firing. We might want to just change this, or we can use be right firing to kind of denote faction. Right firing would be the players. So on our trigger enter, what we need to do is we need to actually use the tags that we have on our player. Let's go to our prefabs, and there we go. So we need to make a enemy tag, make a new tag for player. The enemy already has a tag. Wait, why didn't it create that? That's so strange. Player, save. Alright, let's see if it created it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so now the player ship has a player tag, and the enemy ship has an enemy tag. Great. So, now we want to check on trigger enter 2D if collision... Oh, sorry. Let's check our faction first. If be right firing, which is going to be, this is the player's bullet, and collision.compare tag enemy. So if the player bullet has collided with an enemy, destroy this game object. And then for the other, well, before that, let's subtract the health from the enemy. So collision game object get component, and I believe move enemy. Yes, that's the script that we need. Dot HP minus equals, let's say 2. Okay, so it'll do 2 damage. Now we'll do a quick comparison in this function, so we don't have to have an update function in the enemy to see when its HP hits 0. So if collision.gameObject.getComponent move enemy .hp is less than or equal to 0, then destroy collision.gameObject. So destroy the object we collided with. There you go. Cool. Now we got to do the same thing for the player, since we're basically overloading our bullet script to work with both factions at the same time. Let's just do if not be tag. What is my typing today? Player. There we go. Then we say collision.gameObject.getComponent. I'm going to be a little more forgiving with the player. What do we have? Player manager. There we go. .hp minus equals 1. And then we're going to say if collision on game object get component player manager. Sorry, we got to grab the variable again. HP is less than or equal to 0. Then destroy, sorry, don't destroy. We can consider the level ended at that point. We're not going to display a score or anything, or actually, yeah, actually we should. We should have one, because our shop uses that score. If we remember, we set up that shop. So here's where we would assign those scores as well. So with the enemy, if it is an enemy and we collided with it, let's add a score variable to our player. No. Let's add it to the game manager. I've been avoiding making the game manager globally referenceable, but it looks like we're gonna have to do that. It's just gonna make it so much easier. So I'm going to go check something real quick. So if we go to projects, cool, singleton format. There we go. All right, cool. Let's add an area called region instance. Then we add private static class name, which is game manager. s_instance equals null. Public static game manager instance. Get if s_instance equal to null, then find object of type of game manager. Sorry, I'm used to those carrots. As game manager, and then return instance. Alright. And then we add void on application quit. No, I didn't mean to say focus. There we go. On application quit. We make that instance null, and then end our region. There we go. Okay, so now this is collapsible, and this is just going to make game manager referenceable as a global variable as well. So much easier. Alright, so when we need to have a score, let's just add a score to this this instance here. Let's say public int score, and of course that's going to start at 0. So when start game is called, let's set score equal to 0. We're going to need a persistent score as well, but that we can store in a player preference, so we can reference it later in the store. So let's do that first. Let's say player prefs dot set int score to score. And this really, I was just writing this here, and we cut and paste it to the level ended function. Okay, level ended, we're going to show the add. Let's set the score before we show the add, and let's destroy the player before we show the add as well. We'll just show the add before we show the menu. Okay, we're going to set that up later, but now we've got a place to store score on level ending, and then our local score for this particular game that we're playing, this round, is going to be reset to 0. And actually, let's set int to player prefs dot get int score plus score, so that it actually adds our score on top of the existing score, and we can have it persistent. Okay. With that, let's go back to the bullet script and say game manager dot instance dot score plus equals 2. Or let's make it like 20 or something that feels better. Okay, so every time we hit an enemy, we will get 20 to our score. Every time we destroy an enemy, let's give them 50 points. Whether or not that's fair is irrelevant. Let's finish up the player HP. So once we reach 0, It's going to end the level, so game manager.instance.level ended. Should be a function. Hold on, let me check. Yes, it's just not public. My bad. Cool. Fix that. So let's display our score in the game as well. I'm going to make a spot for this score. Let's use Unity, using Unity engine.ui. Let's add public text, score text. Alright. And then we're going to have a function to update our score here. Public void update score, because we're going to have to be calling this from the bullet. So we update our score, and we say score text equals score text.text equals score to string. So it'll take our int, which is the score, we'll put it to string, convert it into a string, and then pass it to the text component of our score text UI component. And we'll call update score from bullet script on collision when the score updates. Actually, before destroying the object, because it's going to go through this whole loop and it'll update it twice if it does end up killing the enemy. Oh, that's kind of unfair. I know I said it was irrelevant, but let's put an else here. So if the HP does not end up going below 0, give them 20 points instead. Alright, now that we have that, we can say game manager instance update score. Sweet. So that's going to update our text. Now we have no text in the level right now, but let's change that. I don't think it needs to be in menu manager, but menu manager is the only canvas we really, well, we have 2 canvases here. Let's make a let's make another canvas. Let's call it UI canvas, because we do want to kind of wean ourselves off of the mouse controls. It is a mobile game, so we should add one of these buttons that we've created as like a little fire button that the player can press, and then their other touch, the first touch they're doing, while they're holding down the button, they can kind of go up or down, and then they can press the button to fire. Alright. So the other settings, green space camera, plane distance 100, sorting layers menu. Okay, I have no problem with that. Camera, drag this main camera in here, sorting layers menu, scale with screen size, reference resolution was 1080 by 1920. It's always good to be consistent, and then we'll match height at 100%. Okay. Now that that's done, let's create our text. We're going to call it score text. And we'll just say score. Whatever. Let's make the width and height a little bit bigger, as we probably will end up having a score in the thousands. Change it to text color to white. We're going to say best fit and center it. Okay, now we need to change this font size to something like 36 maybe, and change our font to our null shock. Alright, I can't see it that well. Let me move it. There we go. Change it to null shock or neural pole? Null shock looks... Neural pole looks pretty cool too. Let's go neural pole, but go bold with it, yet... Bold and italic? Nah, maybe it doesn't need bold. It looks... It looks a little chunky when it's bold, so let's maybe make it 64 and increase the width so that it stops stacking like that. Oh yeah, that's way too much. Let's stop the best fit and do 64 as a constant size, and then just move this position down to the bottom of the screen so it's not in our way while we're playing. Alright. I wonder, instead of score we could do currency. Let's try that. It's less generic. And then that way we actually don't have to reset it every level. Right here. Score doesn't have to equal 0. And when we update the score text, we do of course want the score with a space here plus score to string. And yeah, this is going to compound just fine with each match. And also, we probably should... No, the score's going to stay the same. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Let's hit play. Let's see what happens. Oh, instead of score, it does need to say currency. Ugh, what am I saying? Now we can try it. Play. Alright, hit play. Moving up and down. Oh, geez. Died instantly. Let's... Oh, the level didn't stop. Why? Okay, well, we've introduced death into the game. If we call level ended, maybe we should talk to the wave spawner as well. Game manager knows the wave spawner. I'm gonna say public void end waves. And this isn't going to kill all the enemies, but we could. We could kill all the enemies, we could kill all the bullets, kill everything. Or instead of end waves, let's call it cleanup level. There we go. And then we can say game object bullets equals game object dot find objects of type oh yeah, okay, sorry. Alright, let's do find game objects, plural, with tag. We know we have enemy, bullet. Let's look at all our tags here. We have enemy, bullet, enemy, and player. Simple as that. Game object enemies, game object dot find game objects with tag enemy. Let's clean up the player bullets if they're in flight. Game object friendly bullets equals game object find game objects with tag player bullet. Cool. Didn't put a dot there, I accidentally put space. There we go. Okay, so we've got all these arrays. We just have to cycle through them and systematically destroy each one. So for each game object, bullets, I'm going to say B in bullets, destroy fb.gameObject. For each game object E in enemies, destroy e.gameObject. For each game object FB in friendly bullets, destroy fb.gameObject. Cool. Now we call cleanup level when the player dies. That's the best way to do it. Let's call it cleanup level instead of level ended. Or we can call level ended and then cleanup level. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Instance dot. I know I've got a reference to the wave spawner in here. Yep, dot wave spawner. Dot get component wave spawner. Dot cleanup level. There we go, because the wave spawner object has the component that is the wave spawner script that has their function for cleaning up the level. Not the cleanest way to do it, but it will work for our purposes. Sweet. Also, I don't believe I set player HP on the player ship, so I think that's probably why I got creamed. Yep. Let's set HP to something like 20. You get hit 10 times, you die. Enemy ship, let's give it an HP of 10 or 4. Have them die in 2 bullets. I don't have a lot of time, so let's just run, play, bong bong. Wait. Update score. We have a the score text wasn't assigned in our game object. I mean our game manager. Score text. Drag it in. Boom. 99% of the problems I have are just dragging things into the inspector. Okay. Boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Yes. Alright, we got 160. Am I gonna die? I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. It's actually not killing the bullets. I wonder if it's actually counting. Let me look at the player ship. Ah. Okay, let's check the score stacking. Oops. Level ended. Alright, what's preventing us from playing? Game manager. I don't have any booleans. Was it getting any kind of... Oh, that got called 526 times. Okay, so the level didn't get restarted. I know we had this level that was delegating waves in the wave spawner, so it was continually saying that the level for game manager was too high. This needs to be reset. And one way to do that is just on play. So we'll take our game manager. Well, let's just do game manager.level in our menu manager here. When play is pressed, do game manager.instance.level. Whoa, no. Instance, thanks, dot level, capital L, is level public. Yes. Game manager.instance. Instance does not exist in the type game manager. Doesn't make sense. We've just been referencing it in the other script down here. Game manager.instance. Level ended. What? Alright. Let's try this again. Game manager dot instance. What? Okay. Ah. Might be because I called it game manager here. That's the conflict of interest. Let's just call this GM. So, oh. It calls start game. Maybe we don't need to do all that. Maybe we don't need a new line there. Maybe we just need to do it in the game manager, in our start game function. Set level equal to 0. Now let's try again. So we're going to go for multiple rounds. Our currency should update, when we start the game. So, on awake for game manager, let's update our score text. Just call it update score. Okay, I'm going to stop the game, start it over again, and since this is in the player preferences now, it's getting stored externally. So you'll see this currency update. Alright. We call update score. Currency is score to string, but score is 0 to begin with. Okay, let's set score equal to player prefs dot get int score. There we go. And if the score is consistent, then we don't have to keep adding like this. We can just have score down here as itself. Excellent. Let's try this one more time. Where's this unknown script reference? It doesn't tell me what object it is attached to. That is really annoying. Apparently I have a script that is missing somewhere. It's not really affecting the game, so let's just run with it. There we go. Our currency, 120,000. That escalated quickly. Bung bung bung. All right. So, interesting fact. I don't think I'm taking damage. Player ship. What's my HP? 13. Oh no, I am taking damage. Problem is that I haven't destroyed the enemy bullet when it impacts me. Alright, so the end of it, we've got our... It'll let me play again, but it won't let me... Okay, also, other thing. Let's just handle this real quick. If we go to the player manager... No. Yes. If we go to the player manager and we say on collision enter 2D, if collision dot compare game object dot compare tag enemy, let's kill off the player if they collide. Wait, there isn't going to be one because of the physics layers, so we don't need this. Never mind. I thought I was going to make it super challenging, but that's not necessary. What were we not doing in the bullet script? We were not destroying... There we go. First, yeah, we weren't destroying the bullet. Cool. So now we'll see the enemy bullet impact us, and it'll subtract our hit points. We don't have any indication on the screen of what our HP is. Maybe we should add that. I just keep thinking of more and more things that are kind of necessary. Public text, HP text. Let's see. On start game, I'm going to set HP text equal to player dot game object dot get component player manager .hp. Oh, is that not public? It should be. Public float HP. Player, the game object, get component. Hold on. Let's spawn the player first. And then get the player instance. Game object, get component, player manager, HP. Okay, what's the error? Cannot convert float to text. .toString. I'll say health plus. And now I can't. Okay, HP text.text. Well, that was an obvious one. My bad, guys. Let's say health equals. Okay, so yeah, we've got HP. Let's take their instance and subtract it by the prefab. Not subtract it, divide it. So our total HP, so our current HP over our total HP times 100. This will give us our percentage. And I'll do .toString, and then I'll say plus % sign. Cool. You know what? Yeah. Let's just cut all this and say update health. Wow. Big one there. Public void update health. This is its own function now. Congratulations. Now all I have to do is assign the HP text, or create the HP text and assign it. And then modify that from the bullet. So when our player hit points are modified and the level hasn't ended as a result of us dying, let's update our health. So game manager.instance.update health. Boom, that's all nice and compartmentalized. Sweet, so much cleaner. Okay, now I'm going to do what I said. Going to duplicate score text and let's make it HP text. And say health 100%, then move this thing. Oops, I don't need the height, I need the position, Y position. Okay, so that's our health, that's our currency. Wonderful. This health does not need to be displayed until the game starts. So, game manager on awake, let's say HP text dot set active. Ooh, game object. Oh, it isn't a game object, so you can't do that. Let's just say HP text dot text equals empty quotes. There we go. That'll effectively hide it. On awake, and then it will update health on start game, and then when the level ends, last thing, HP text equals empty quotes again. Okay, now I've got to do what I said I was going to do and drag it in. Game manager, HP text goes to HP text. Let's save our project and play. Okay, so I've got this ridiculous currency. Hit play. Whoa, I still don't see my health. What the? What is going on here? Oh, some of you might have noticed I made a mistake. This is never deactivating. Let's try this again. Save. Run. Aha! Health disappeared. Play. Now we can see our health. And now it's at 95%. Now it's at 85%. Boom, boom, boom. 80%, 75%. Maybe I gave them too much. It doesn't matter. We've got a game now. We got currency. We can monetize this. I'm at 55% and level 1's clear. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm gonna think of it. Now, what in the world is going on with my store closing as soon as I click it? Okay, so something is going on where when level ended is called, it is perpetually calling, something is perpetually calling level ended. So let's look at our wave spawner. It says waves ended to true. And then in our fixed update, no, it's not that. It's not our cleanup level. Let's find all references to level ended. I just have a feeling that it's calling show menu all the time, and show menu is hiding our store every time we try to go to the store. So, no, don't go to definition, go to find all references. Alright, so there's two places where it's being called. One is in the bullet script. Calls level ended, cleanup level. Let's also call wave spawner has this boolean waves ended. Is it public? Yes. Sorry, we gotta get the component. Wave spawner. Waves ended. I'm gonna set that equal to false. Okay, where's the other level ended that's called? In fixed update, there it is. No enemies left and waves ended has finished. Huh, that's in game manager, huh? So I guess the only thing we needed to do was fix that flag on our wave spawner and set it to false when the game actually ends. Which, in truth, this could also be set in our level ended, in our level ended function. Because once the level ends, we can just go back and say, oh, well, wave spawner dot game object dot get component wave spawner dot waves ended equals false. That'll reset it, and then I can actually remove the one in bullet script because that's not as clean. We can call level ended and actually move our cleanup level there as well. I'm going to cut that out. Whoops. Didn't mean to select everything. Okay, so we got level ended, but we need to call cleanup level from level ended from our wave spawner, which we can just cut off this first part. Let's say wave spawner.get component wave spawner cleanup level. Awesome. So now it should clean up the level and it won't be perpetually calling show menu, which was causing that issue with our store. So now we can open our store, we can click different things and purchase and return. Excellent. I think the last thing we need to add is a fire button of some kind. Or we can make the first touch dictate. Here I am thinking about using this touch index calls to make fire calls. Cool. That was new. See what happens. It's counting down to waves ended still. Oh no. Oh no. So in our wave spawner, it will continue to do this this timer, this wave interval. So let's do we have to turn game active to false. I knew there was a reason. I knew there was a reason why we put that there. So in our game manager, last thing before we call waves ended to false, let's do wave spawner get component wave spawner dot game active is false. I knew this would happen. There we go. All right, for real this time. It's not gonna time out and send me back. No? Good. Good, good. Okay. So this is what we have to do. I have to add some way for the player to fire during the level. One way to do that is to actually take one of these buttons from the menu canvas. It's just a simple switch. Let's duplicate this, bring it over to UI canvas, which is going to be our in-game kind of canvas. I'll move this down a lot. We'll increase its scale. Actually, we can, yeah. It's pretty big. And we'll just call this fire button. And instead of play pressed, we're going to call a fire function in the player manager via the game manager. Or yeah, that's what we got to do. Okay, so public void fire press. I'm gonna add this to the game manager because it's persistent. Why not mini manager? We can reference the game manager because it's global. Let's just keep all the button presses in mini manager on second thought. All right, so now it's the game manager instance dot. I did it again, didn't I? I've got game manager up here. Okay, we don't need this reference. And then we can say dot instance dot start game directly. And here we can say game manager dot instance dot player instance is actually not public. Let's make it public. We're not going to be referencing the prefab, we're going to be referencing the instance of the player. So player instance dot get component player manager, and we'll say dot fire, which I could have sworn that was public. No, it isn't. Public void fire. Let's call it. Awesome. Fire pressed. Fire happens. Amazing. Now all we have to do is change this event right here to menu manager fire pressed. And of course change our text, our play text to something else. UI text, we'll choose neural pole, we'll make it something like 64, we'll give it white, we'll make it a lot wider and a lot taller, so it makes room for the new text. Fire. Cool. We'll center it, and now we're gonna add an outline. Four pixels was what we had for the other ones, right? Ooh, that just looks weird. Probably because of the scaling factor we're going with here. Yeah. That's the only thing. Can we just change the width and the height? Yes, independently of the actual scaling factor. Of course. Now let's make these all like red colors. Like highlighty red. What is this for? Highlighted color? Sure. Pressed color, let's make it like magenta. That look cool. Selected, we'll just make it like yellow or something. Doesn't really matter. We're not even going to be using selected or highlighted. Will be really cool to see. All right, let's make this like 128. Oh, that's the right size. It's just not enough width. There we go. Cool. And we can see that there with the bounce. Excellent. Fire button. It's there now. Maybe our outline needs to be 6 pixels by 6 pixels. Effect color. Let's make it totally... Yeah. Totally opaque. Cool. So our fire button actually does need to be hidden. And then we will change it again. Let's call it... Let's give a game manager a reference to our fire button. Public button. No. Let's just reference it as game object. So we can hide it, not hide it. So game object fire button on awake fire button dot set active false on start game fire button dot set active true, and finally at level ended fire button dot set active false. So we are starting off by shutting it off, starting the game, it's active. When the game ends, it's shut off again. So I don't even have to turn it off manually anymore. And we can do all we need to do with our UI edits. And now when I press play, should... Oh, my goodness. What am I doing? What am I doing? Fire button, right there. Okay, now press play. Boom, okay, it's hidden. Now when I press play, fire. It's actually firing 2 because I've still got the mouse inputs as... Oh, that looks beautiful though with the magenta and the highlighting going on there. Fire, fire, fire. Alright, cool. Cool. One last thing. Oh well, we can wait for the level to end. Cool. We've got to set up highlighting for this and a purchase system, like what's selected and what does purchase do. Okay, so let's go into our menu manager has our shop canvas reference, and our shop canvas has all of our items. Let's shut off the game for now by shutting off the by shutting off the main menu canvas and by shutting our UI canvas off, so we just see this store. And in each item we have our selection highlight, which is currently disabled. We're going to need these references in our menu manager. Okay, so let's go to menu manager. Let's say public game object. No, let's make a list game objects so that you guys can add things to your store as you see fit and just plan for extendability. So we've got a list of game objects. We're going to say item highlight. Yeah, item highlights. And on show menu we also need a variable to store our selected index. Public let's say select, let's call it a integer selected item. Cool. Show menu, let's just revert. Selected item is going to be 0 to begin with. And then our item highlights are going to show. Yeah, actually, sorry, that was supposed to go in store pressed. Cool. So store pressed, it resets our selected item to 0. Awesome. Now we're going to make some more functions over here. We'll say public void item 1 selected. Public void item 2 selected. No, they're not the best function names. They're pretty long. Public void item 3 selected. And then we'll have public void purchase item. Okay, and then we'll have our switch case here. So we'll have switch, and we'll say what was it? Selected item was our integer. We'll say case 0 is going to be item 1, break, case 1, item 2, break, case 3, case 2, item 3, break, and then say default, break. I'm just going to leave that blank. Alright, so what we're going to need is we're going to need to hide and unhide these item highlights. So we'll say for each game object highlight in item highlights let's actually put a counter here at the end. Let's see, int counter equals 0, and then counter plus plus. So increment the counter at the end. Now we're going to take our highlight, game object set active to false by default, and then we'll do a check. We'll say if counter is exactly equal to item 1 selected. Let's do this. Let's say selected item equals 0, and then for this one we'll copy it and then do 1 and then do 2. Okay, so now we got our selected items. This is going to go somewhere else. Okay, so we've got selected item. Now let's make another function. Public void update item highlights, just to give player feedback basically. This is where our counter is going to go. So if counter is exactly equal to selected item, then we're going to say highlight that game object that set active to true. Okay, so this way we can just drop our list of highlights into this item highlights list, and then it will cycle through and find the selected item and turn it on, the highlight for it on anyway. So selected item equals 0. Let's do update item highlights. And we'll copy this function and just put it on the other three. Sweet. So now this is when we're going to get into the purchase logic right here. To do add spending of store and then case 2 add in-app purchase. Awesome. Let's see. Case 0, we can actually set our prices here too. If you, well, let's just manually set it. There is a way for you to create a list of prices and then set them and then have it update the UI. We've already set our text here. So our first one's 1,000, so I'm just going to say game manager.instance.store minus equals 1,000. And then we also have to have a boolean for purchased. Oh, here we go. Public list bool purchases. Okay. On awake, let's update our purchases via our player prefs. So we could say what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a list of switches, for lack of a better word, that continually get reset. Every time you open the game again, it checks to see if you've purchased them before based on player preferences. Let's see. We could create a code for when it is purchased. So let's say you've got item 1 selected, item 2, item 3, whatever. Then we come into our purchase item. We can say player prefs dot set int. We're going to name it. We're going to say 0. Let's say item 0. And then we'll set it to 1. So we don't actually need a boolean, we need an integer up here for purchases. Not bad. Set int item 1 to 1 as well. Player prefs set int to item 2 to 1 as well. And before we make the purchase item is going to be, let's say purchase item pressed, since that's going to be a button press. Let's manually enter the other score. Minus equals 2,500, I believe it was. Let's go double check. Yes, it was. Okay, cool. So now we could set it up so that the buttons get disabled based on these integers being set. I'm not going to allow setting of this one yet because you can't make a purchase yet. But you should still be able to select them, it's just the button should disable. So instead of awake, let's do it in fixed update. Private void fixed update. If player prefs get int item exact number 1. Let's do item plus I. Let's put this into a for loop. Let's make a for loop up here. For and I equals 0. I is less than the size of our actual items array. Our items array up here is going to be called, I guess we could use item highlights. Purchases is just going to, we don't even need purchases now. I'm thinking about it. Since we're using player prefs. Okay, so I less than the number of highlights we need. Item highlights. Dot count minus 1. So we're starting with the index, and then I plus plus. Alright, so now that we have that, we get the integer. If it is equal to 1, then we say, now how do we pick out exactly which button we need? But we could do a switch case. We could explicitly define all cases anyway. It'd probably save us some time, but let's see what our options are. So we get item whatever. Sorry, I.toString. I don't know if it, yeah, because we're converting this integer to a string, and we're getting that string as a reference for the integer we want. If it is set to 1, then it is considered purchased, and then we have to say our switch case for a selected item. Let's make it a switch case for I. I have totally forgotten how to move blocks over. Man, that would be handy. That would be really handy. That was an oof. Alright. This is where we're going to set our button states. So, does our menu manager have a reference to all of our buttons yet? No. Let's get a list of our buttons then. Public list button. Let's say item buttons. And we're going to use using Unity engine.ui so we can access button objects. Sweet. So instead of item highlights, I could say item buttons dot count minus 1. Because count isn't going to give you index, it's going to give you size. And then, okay, so if it's the first one that we've already purchased, then item buttons at index I. Wait, I don't need a switch case. Oh, thank goodness. We just need item buttons at index I. Dot disable. Wait. Enabled equals false. I feel like there's another way to do that, but let's see if it does what we want. I'm going to click 1 as a test. Oh, let's set our buttons and our highlights. Okay, so to set your highlights, boom, boom, boom. lock this menu first. Okay, 1, 2, 3, grab it, drop it. Make sure they're in order. Item buttons. 1, 2, 3. I'm holding control, by the way. Now I'm dragging, and I'm dropping it right on the name. Sweet. Alright. With that done, you are supposed to see your score when you go to the store, but yeah, let's do that so we can double check that that does happen. So when the my UI canvas, let's unlock this and then show this. When I press play, it's going to hide everything that's not relevant anyway. There we go. So when I click, it should. It doesn't call update. All it does is charge me, but doesn't update. So let's do that. Game manager.instance.update score. So I can see what the new score is. Alright, let's try this again. Let's go to our menu manager. We got selected item 0. If I click this, it should allow me to select item 2. No, because they haven't been set up. Okay. Getting ahead of myself, guys. My bad. Again. Item 1. Menu manager. Let's hook up the function. Menu manager. Item 1 selected. Item 2. Let's go drag menu manager over. Menu manager, item 2 selected. Click item 3. Drag menu manager into the event trigger again. Menu manager, item 3 selected. And then finally our purchase button, drag menu manager in again, call the function from menu manager, purchase item pressed. Okay, here we go. We can see our currency. We can select, let's see, selected item. Boom! We can select an item for purchase. Look at that. Our highlights are updating properly. It shows over here which one's selected. And when I click purchase, I've got 123210. Let's purchase. Now I've got 122210. And now it's disabled. It's not letting me click it anymore. Oh, I can keep purchasing it. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, so that was the other thing, was we need to put a barrier on our purchase limits. But it remembers that we purchased the other one, and it will not let me buy them again. I mean, yeah, I can select them, but it won't let me buy them. And also, I need to change our item disabled color. Why is that showing up white? Our disabled color is like a half alpha. Okay, it's a dark gray. What more could say it's disabled? I mean, yeah, I know it's. Yeah, okay, let's just do this. Copy, and I just saw the pressed color, which is weird because I don't have any navigation enabled. But let's just. Let's just update our disabled color there. So what we've got is we've got a button, but I feel like there's a way to set the button actually be 100% disabled. Yeah, the button was not disabled. It was going to a pressed color. So let's see. Item buttons I.enable equals false. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Button disable. C#. It is on the tip of my tongue. should be enabled. This is now is enabled. Okay. Is. Okay. What in the world? Enabled should be the set. Enabled equals false. What else should I do with that? Oh, I'm getting mixed messages from the internet. How to disable a button with code. No. Gray out, disable button. You know, that's what everyone's saying it is, so I'm going to leave it. Alright, so the other thing is that we can keep purchasing things we've already purchased. That's the other thing. This was supposed to stop that. This was supposed to say, no, you can't click this button anymore, but it's obvious that if I press play again, it's actually going to... It'll show that I've already purchased them, and I can still click them, which means that the button is interactable. Oh, the checkbox, interactable. Oh, how could I forget? Okay. Okay, interactable was false. And then we're going to say selected item equals -1. Well, the reason why I do that is because... Wait, that's a terrible idea. We should only do that after purchasing so that they don't accidentally purchase something twice. Yeah. Let's set selected item to -1 after purchasing, and then update our item highlights so that everything hides. And it should hide everything because that's out of bounds from our switch case. Yeah, or from our loop there. Cool. Okay. So if I go back, I should not be able to select anyone. Yep. Oh, I can still select it. And I can still purchase it. Wait. No, I can't. Or I can select it again. Ah, darn. Here's the weird thing. It's disabled. It's got the interactable part of it shut off. So how is it that I can keep pressing this and it'll keep updating my highlight? You know what? I bet it's because our event trigger is not tied to the button script. You get an event trigger script and a button script. So I'm going to do one more thing. So when we click on these items, item selected, let's check to see if that item is interactable. I'm going to copy this so I can check. Alright, so if item button 0 is interactable, interactable is exactly equal to false. Oh, sorry, is exactly equal to true. Then change selected item and update highlights. Okay, now I'm going to use this same logic to block out the others. do 1 for this one and 2 for this one. And take these, put them here. Erase these extraneous spaces. Okay, this should solve our problem. I should not be able to select items that we have purchased. Okay. Okay. It still let me select it at the beginning. Let's set the selected item to -1 when the store first opens up. As a default, it should be -1. Okay. And then, of course, I should be able to select that and highlights. Cool. We have something. We have something going on here. Now I need a function. Let's just do awake real quick. I'm going to call it I'm going to delete all player prefs at the beginning. So when I press play, my currency should hit 0. Boom. Awesome. That's a quick way to reset. Your player prefs, so that you can keep testing your store. See, now I can select everything in the store. There we go. Cool. When I click purchase, negative currency. That's the other thing. So this is why testing is important. I'm gonna keep deleting player prefs each time, but we should certainly see if we can afford it. So purchase item pressed. Say if GameManager.instance.score is greater than or equal to 1,000. That's the cost. We should make a function for this. We should make a small function for this. This isn't going to be hard, but it should be in a function. Let's say public bool can purchase, and we'll pass it int price. Okay, now we'll check Game Manager instance score. If it's greater than or equal to the price, then return true. Wait, why can't I? Oh, there we go. Return true. Else, return false. Okay, all code paths return a value. Sweet. So this will compare whatever price we put into it. So let's copy our function, can purchase. Purchase item pressed. Okay. Boom. If you can purchase it, by the way, subtract that score. So game manager.instance.score minus equals price. So you're spending your currency, which is your score. Alright. Now we can take our can purchase function and we can just pass our first price of 1,000 in, and then we can take our second price of 2,500 and pass that in. There you go. Semicolon, semicolon. The other one doesn't need that check, but it also shouldn't do anything quite yet because we don't have the API set up for in-app purchases. Okay, so this should wrap up the store portion and the level portion. Let's restore our game. So hide our shop canvas, unhide our menu, and keep our UI canvas active. Save. Whoops, I did not mean to duplicate that. Save. Save project. Save scene. Just to have it. And that should wrap it up for the game development portion. So now that we're finally done with that, we can move on to our advertisement. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey guys, welcome to part 3 of our project here, building a side-scrolling game and implementing Unity ads. This is our adverse shmup game so far with mouse controls at the moment. Alright, so you can see that we can move, we can take hits, we can dish out hits, we can display health, and we can gain currency, which can then later be used on skins. Now the problem is that if I was to actually purchase one of the skins, you don't see them applied. That's something we're about to do now, just to kind of demonstrate. I'm going to let the level end. But one thing that you guys are going to need to do is download Unity Remote 5 and also get ready to hook up your phone to your computer. So if I go to Google Play, if you go to Google Play on your phone and you download Unity Remote 5, this is what you're going to need. You're going to open it up on your phone, and then you're going to configure the project by going to File, Build Settings, and then switching to Android over here. Then click Switch Platform, and what it's going to do is it's going to convert your project into an Android-friendly build that it can build out and run on Android. Alright, so now you've got a run device here. If you have your phone connected, you should see your phone here. If not, click refresh. You don't have to press build. You can literally just run Unity Remote 5 on your phone and then press play on the editor, and it should open up on your phone. If not, try exiting Unity Remote 5, unplugging. Let's make sure that when we go to build settings, we go to player settings, it is on Android. Let's set a package name for it, because this is going to be necessary anyway. So I'm just going to do com.indimensional games, which is my company, adverse shmup. There we go, and we'll do version 0.0 or 0.1. That's fine. If you have an icon, load up an icon for your game. And then there's a few other things we can do by creating a key store that'll allow you to continue to update your builds securely. Alright, so let's connect our phone back. Hit refresh. Oh, it found my phone. Okay. Well, that's great, but when I press run, let's see. If I open Unity Remote 5, almost forgot. Wow, I hadn't done this in a while, but if we go to Edit, Project Settings, and then Editor, And we can set our device to any Android device. That's an important step. That's what will allow you to play it on the phone. Okay, so now when I press play, it should. Okay, there we go. It shows up on the phone. Of course, our aspect ratio is completely foobarred right now. Let's make sure our aspect ratio is 18:9 portrait in the editor. There we go. Now it's better. Awesome. So I should be able to tap store and it opens up. Cool. And we can see now that our store is a little wide, which is okay. And then when I tap return, it goes back and I press play. Alright, it is taking touch input. And if I tap, it will fire. Okay. Sweet. So that was one complete round on the phone, which is great. It also, well, if you set it so that you can turn it, unfortunately, it's not gonna look right. So let's try and limit that. Let's go to build settings, player settings, and then when you go to resolution and presentation aspect ratio mode, you should do not aspect ratio mode. Instead of auto rotation, do portrait. And that's going to set your default orientation to portrait, and then it can't be rotated. So when I play again and I turn the phone, the game doesn't change. Alright, so we're off to a good start. First thing we need to do to actually implement Unity ads into our project is we need to go to Window, then go to General, then go to Services. Once you have Services open, select your organization, or create one if you don't have one. Hit Create Unity Project ID, and then he'll have all these options on the side. So for ads, let's go to click ads, turn it on. It'll say designation for apps directed to children under the age of 13. This app is primarily targeted for children under the age of 13. No, so I'm not going to check this. I'm going to say continue. It'll uncheck itself, and then you turn it back on, and now you have options to go to your dashboard, enable test mode. We're going to enable test mode. Open advanced and make sure enable built-in ads extension. Cool. Awesome. So if you click getting started, learn more, it'll actually bring up a page that will help you. So the first thing we have to do is download and import the latest Unity Ads asset pack. Quickest way to do that I've found is you go to Window, then you go to Asset Store, and you find Unity Monetization. You type that in, and you go to this Unity Monetization SDK 3.1 here. Now you say update, import, you click import, and it'll give you a list of everything it's going to import. Just leave everything checked, click import. Alright, and now once that finishes, you can go to Unity Ads and you can see all of the stuff that it imported. You've got this package here, COM Unity Ads. You've also got in-app purchasing included in this package. So if you go back to your services and you go to in-app purchasing, you can switch this on now as well. Alright. Okay. So I'm going to cover the in-app purchasing part of this in another video. And I'll cover the including ads via code in another video as well in the next one. And for now, I'm going to show you the dashboard. If you go to your dashboard and then you click projects, you go and find your project, add for shmup, and then you go to monetization and placements. This is where you can place different kinds of ads. So you've got your placement ID, which is kind of like how you're going to designate, use this particular type of ad in this ad slot. This is a label for it. I'm going to call this banner ad. And then I will choose type banner. So create placement. Okay, cool. Placement ID, banner ad. We're going to use that later. When I go back, they'll say that all these are green, they're active. By default, there is a video ad, and then there's also a rewarded video ad. And you can do callbacks to figure out whether the ad has finished playing, and then to reward the player. So that's actually what we're going to cover in the next one, but feel free to explore monetization and reporting. It'll show your ad revenue. Alright, I will see you guys in the next one. Hello, welcome to part 4, implementing ads through code. In this section we're going to go through the process of adding rewarded video ads for our player, interstitial ads. We're also going to talk about how to put banners and then initialize and activate those through code. So the first thing we're going to do, I noticed there's a few things that do need to happen with our store. If we press play, I'll show you exactly what I mean. If you go to your store, it's a little big, and then if we were to purchase this, we don't have the currency right now because I have the currency resetting each time, which is not what we want, number one. Number two, if we were to purchase this, you wouldn't be able to see the skin in game, and that's kind of important. So the first thing I'm going to do is resize that shop canvas for us. Going back to the inspector, unhiding this, and then let's grab basically our entire shop canvas. Well, no, that's the size of the camera. Let's create an empty, and we'll just call it shop. Make sure it's position 0, width, height, got it. Now take everything and place it under shop. Now we can take shop and scale it, and it'll scale all of our widgets for our store until it's the proper size. Hide the menu canvas if you have to, but that looks about right to me. Okay, so then now that's done, let's hide shop canvas again, save our game. The other thing we need to do is go into our scripts, but our scripts need a little bit of organization. Our scripts folder is currently empty, but we have been adding scripts left and right. So let's just grab those, drop them into the scripts folder. Okay, so our menu manager is the one that is handling our purchases. We should allow it to update highlights, but also when we click return to get back, that's when it should set a player preference to use the selected skin. Okay? So we've got our purchase item pressed, and then there is a return button in here. Store pressed, hold on. Let me go find this. Return button, what is it calling? Show menu. Okay. Show menu. You know what? Let's add one that is return pressed, and then we'll call show menu from it. So we'll call show menu, and we'll set this to be return pressed instead. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, so we know when return has been pressed, so let's set the selected item. So our selected item is an integer. So let's do player prefs dot set int selected skin. We'll call it that, or we'll just call it. Let's just call it skin, all lowercase, and then we'll give it selected item. Cool. So now, here's the other problem. It needs to be purchased. So perhaps this isn't the best place to set this. Let's set it if the purchase goes through before the selected item is complete. The other thing is that it grays out the button so it's not purchasable again, but we really need to just check to see if it has been purchased already in our can purchase. So let's pass it int item num and then price. So let's say if here we go. This is where it is, item buttons. Let's do it. Okay, item buttons. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, if player prefs dot get int item plus item num dot toString is exactly equal to 1, then it's already purchased. So let's say if it's not equal to 1, then return true. We're going to have else return false twice. One is going to be for this inner condition where it's like, okay, well, it's not equal to 1, which means it hasn't been purchased. Is the price affordable? If yes, return true. If not, return false. Okay, well, what if it's been purchased? Well, then just return false. You cannot purchase this. Excellent. Now the other thing is we have to actually pass the item number to it. So let's go with 0. And it's an index, not a number. So maybe we should change this just to be a little more clear with ourselves. IND for index instead of number. Alright, so 0, 1. If can purchase, do this. Excellent. Now, I'm going to take out this fixed update where it makes the buttons non-interactable. But, actually, let's do this. If it has been purchased, let's change its normal color. Yeah, we can do that. The colors dot normal color equals color dot yellow. Okay, Now the problem is that it's probably going to want me to, yeah. It's probably going to want me to create a new color block. Alright, here we go. This is a little annoying that you have to do this. Okay, this was the for loop. Let's take the if, put it in the for loop. And then let's also say item buttons I dot colors. That's a color block. So we do color block default colors equals, and just assign the value of item buttons at index I colors. Cool, so it grabs that color block. Now we have to modify default colors. So default colors dot normal color equals color dot yellow. Cool, so that's accessible. Now we need to set it back. We take that color block and we set it back to the button, and that will fix it. Yeah. So actually no, let's go with green. It's just going to be a very saturated green when we buy it. It doesn't mean it's not selectable. You can still select it. And now, okay, now let's see. Then set this integer skin. Now the problem is that when we press purchased item pressed, it's going to update the score. It's going to subtract everything for us. Rather than selecting it when we select it. So what I'd like to do is get this integer here and see if it's purchased, and then if it is selected, set the selected item. Alright, so that'll reset it every time it is highlighted. Bear with me here. Okay. Here's where the selected is. Okay, if it's interactable, that's not really necessary anymore. We've got our selected item. Actually, we're going to have a new condition anyway. So, if it's... Sure, if it's interactable, do this. Doesn't matter. Let's do another check. If player prefs dot get int item 0 is exactly equal to 1. So if it's already purchased and we selected it, then set it to the selected item. Let's just copy this and make it item 1. And then let's copy this again and make it item 2. We're working with the index here. Okay? So now when I purchase a skin, or if I selected a skin that I have purchased before, whichever one had the highlight last is going to end up giving us the correct skin in game. Also, let's see, update item highlights. When we load up the menu, when we load up the store, instead of setting selected item to -1 all the time, which is totally not necessary anymore because we're not relying on the button to be highlighted, let's set the selected item to the previous skin. So on store pressed, selected item equals. playerprefs.getIntSkin. That's going to grab the current skin, and then it's going to highlight it every time you come back. Alright, now that we have this player preference skin, I also want to set it up so that the player... Let's go to the player manager here. We need to load up our skins first. So we should have list of game objects, player skins, and then we are going to, this is going to be a public list. On awake, I'm going to say for each game object skin in player skins. Let's do int counter. Wait, on the outside. On the outside, let's add a counter. Just a local variable. Int counter equals 0. Then when it starts cycling through, we'll have counter incremented by 1. And then we'll say if counter is exactly equal to playerprefs.getIntSkin, then skin dot game object dot set active to true. Okay, so it'll activate it. Else, well, let's not just do else. Let's just turn all of them to false. Set active to false as a default, and then set it to true if this happens to be the case. Okay, now I'm going to go populate that list, and we're going to make sure that, oh, one more thing. I'm going to stop resetting my score every time so that I can actually purchase one of the skins and test. Okay, so now let's grab the player prefab. Go to assets, prefabs, player ship, drag it in. It now has a list, player skins of size 0. All you have to do is lock this inspector right here, open up your skins list, shift click and drag, and then drop it on player skins. This should be in the same order, steel, purple, gold. If I go to my store, I'm going to unlock this and also apply all of our overrides and then delete this. So if I go to our shop canvas, unhide our store, it should be silver, purple, gold. Awesome. If I go to our player ship prefab, steel, purple, gold, same thing. Now the other thing is the default though. Yeah, that's the one thing. So I'm actually gonna drag. I'm gonna clear this. Actually, let's clear the whole list. Let's do this again. We want the default skin to hide once there's a different skin. Now if it gets int skin and 0 is true, you know what, there's a way around this. There's a way around this to get the same value we want. Sorry about that. Let's just drag the whole list in. So we have our default, right? That's going to be 0. Everything else is going to be 1 more. So let's apply our overrides. Once that's in, delete our ship, and let's go down to where we assign player prefs for the skin. So set int skin is going to be in the item selected here. And purchased. Selected and purchased. That's the thing. We're going to have to add this to our purchase button on a successful purchase as well. And let's add a quick +1 to the end of this. Boom, boom. Every time you see that set int selected item, +1, +1, +1. That's just going to move it up. Okay, let's test. Still got my phone hooked up, but I'm going to use my mouse to test. Alright, so I'm going to press play. Play. Let's get 1,000 points real quick. Oh no, I'm at 80%. Oh, come on. Alright. 630. Okay, so they're not going to get enough for a skin in level 1. Let's play it again. Sweet. That's interesting, it doesn't count as collided when you're like overlapping them and firing. Is that the final wave? Yes, it was. Okay, so this was over 1,000. So if I go to store, and I click 1,000, and then I click purchase, boom, it's purchased. I can't purchase it anymore. It doesn't appear. And that I can't afford, that I can't afford. Cool, so it's just going to set our normal color to green now. Return, go to store, boom, it's still green. Excellent. That's the beauty of player preferences. And then when I press play, I should have that gray skin enabled. Yes, I do. Look at that. Oh my goodness. It looks nice though. It really does. I fire 2 bullets when I press fire because I'm using the mouse button, which is also considered an input. Okay, if I press play, you can actually see our player ship skin. The steel skin is enabled. That's the one we selected. Now let's get enough. Let's get 2,500 real quick. Just keep playing until we get 2,500 so we can unlock the other skin, and double check that you can switch between the skins at will. Alright. Oh, come on. I should have probably added a little bit more length to our levels. But at least they have to work, you know, multiple games to get what they want. You know, a lot of people are going to want that purple skin, right? Okay, one more round. Play. Excellent. 2,400. 2,500. Okay, that's exactly what we needed. Let's get a little more. Alright, so back at our store, click 2,500, purchase. Return, play. Now I'm in purple. Okay, I'm going to stop this. Press play again. Go to our store and select. I'm going to select this just by clicking it and hit return and play, and it changes the skin as intended. Wonderful. That's the beauty of playtesting. Okay, so now that we've sorted that out, let's start working with ads. If we add an empty, call this our ad manager. And then create a script called ad manager. Waiting on it. There we go. We should have a few options available to us. Up here we can go using Unity Engine dot advertisements. Okay. And then we need a string. So private static, let's see, add ID. Oh, sorry. private static string add ID. This is going to be, let's do video. Let's do a video ad. Okay, because we know we've got a video ad. And then we'll do rewarded ad. And then we'll do private static string banner ad. Finally, we need our game ID. The way we find that is we go back to our services, we go to our ads, we go to dashboard. Here we go. This is our placements. This is getting started. Okay, so if you haven't already, register your developer account via the dashboard. And then this is where we were configuring our placements here. Alright, the next thing it says, review best practices guide, case studies, got it. Implementation, integrate ads using monetization API. This is what we downloaded. And now we're going to incorporate these. So let's actually look at their examples. Rewarding players for watching ads, reward ads placement, placement ID. This is what I was referring to as their placement ID. If we go to our video, here's our placement ID video. We use this exactly as is here. Next, rewarded ad. Oh, sorry. Go to rewarded video, placement ID, copy it, paste. Sometimes it pastes a space you don't want. Alright, then get our banner ad, which I'm betting is going to be something similar. Banner ad, just basically the title we came up with at the very beginning. Cool. There's something else we need to do though, and that is store our game ID, our store ID. Oh, come on. Okay, on average map. Placements. This game ID right here, string game ID, there's a place where you can find that. Go to our adverse map. No data for this time period. Yeah. Settings, project settings. There it is. Project settings. Okay, so since I'm going to be launching on Google Play Store, this is the ID we need. Finally found it. Alright, we scroll down. We make a private string. We can actually set if iOS, if Android. Let's do that real quick, just in case you guys want to launch on both. Just copy what's already there. If it's like pound, it's a pound define. If Unity iOS, private string game ID, this, and Android, you can see that there. Pause the video if you are lost. And now, darn it, I had our game ID. There we go. Apple Store. I'm going to put that right here for the game ID for iOS. And then I'm going to go and get our Google Play Store ID. You can also alternatively click the copy to clipboard icon there. It's a little bit faster. It's kind of messed up my indents. But that's there now. We have our IDs. Okay, so now we need to add functions that we can call publicly. And our ad manager is going to be an instance, a singleton instance anyway. So let me just define this as its own global that we can just continue to reference throughout the project when we need to. There we go. Global singleton format, generic form. Let's do this. So we're going to add a region, instance, private, static, ad manager, s underscore instance equals null. Alright, public, static, ad manager, instance, get if s underscore instance is exactly equal to null, s underscore instance equals find object of type of ad manager as ad manager. Okay, and then return the static instance, and as usual, void on application quit is our cleanup function for the singleton. We will assign a static instance the value of null, and then end region, so that we can collapse that and that's out of our way. Okay, I'll leave that up for a few more seconds, and then let's collapse it and let's keep moving. Okay, so we're going to need a few public functions. So public void show interstitial ad. This is what I'm calling it because an interstitial ad is just a regular video or a splash of another game as an advertisement. It doesn't have to be moving, but it does have a countdown. This is going to be the ad that we show in between levels. Okay, so we go to Unity ads, we are using Unity Engine advertisements. Unity ads manager dot. You know what? That was the other thing we needed to download. Looking at the the guide over here. What was that? Man. C# API reference. Initialize. Okay. Ads listener. Did start. Show results. All very helpful. Integration guide for Unity. Okay, that's configuring the project, initializing the SDK. That was the other thing. We do need to go into the package manager. Wow, okay, not showing up now. Okay, let's start getting started again. adds asset package or SDK here. We did that. We added Unity monetization 3.1. Cool. We registered. We've got our dashboard. Awesome. Now we're integrating our ads. Start, advertisement, initialize, game ID, test mode. Okay. I'm going to take a break and I'm just going to kind of refresh myself and I'll be right back. Hey guys, this is my second time recording this. I found a few things that we need to do if you're using Unity 2019. If you go to Window and then you go to Package Manager, you should see an add package if you change it from all packages to end project. I have removed mine because I got to the end of the video and built everything, but then it had a build error of two applications being the same name or virtually identical, and that caused conflicts. Apparently the package we imported is not necessary for 2019 because it appears to be included, but we're going to just erase what was on 2019. It was actually 2.8, I believe, the advertising package, and the advertising package on the store is 3.0. So it's actually probably better to just erase that package rather than updating. So just hit remove and then get rid of it. We've still got our package manually added for in-app purchasing and things like that. Okay, without further ado, let's continue where we left off. And I'm just going to retrace my footsteps. So let's start off by going to our start function and initializing our advertisements. So advertisement.initialize, and then we say game ID, pass it that, and we'll also pass it the test mode. I've added a boolean up here called public bool show test ads equals true. So let's do show test ads, and what that does is it sets up a flag that we can set in the inspector, and it sets the default value to true, so we'll be testing from the get-go with test ads, which is good. Now when we show interstitial ad, I'm actually going to rename this to show video ad, and this is going to help because we have named our advertisements video ad, rewarded ad, banner ad. What we're going to need is we're going to need a coroutine to check to see if the ad is ready to be displayed, and if it is displayed, then show it. So let's add a region called coroutines. Okay, just follow along. And this will just allow us to collapse this entire area where we add new coroutines. So we're going to start off with enumerator. I will say wait for video ad. Alright. And let me see right here. Okay, we're going to do while advertisement that is ready, passing it the video ad, and putting not before that. So while it is not ready, then we want to yield return new wait 4 seconds. Oh my gosh, I wish I could spell. 0.5f. And then when it is finally ready, when that does become true, we won't run that while loop, and we'll say advertisement.show video ad. So it'll keep querying the server for every half second until it finds an advertisement and then shows it when it's ready. Cool. So all we have to do is call that coroutine. Start coroutine. Wait for video ad. And whenever we call show video ad, it's going to call that coroutine for us. That's going to help us a lot. Okay. Our next function is going to be our add finished. I'm sorry. Our show reward ad. Add finished is going to be a callback for that. Public void show rewarded ad. Show rewarded ad. Yes. This is the one we're going to end up getting a callback function for. So an easy way to do this, let's see. I'm actually looking at the documentation for the rewarded ad. Okay, so if you look at the Unity documentation, I'll show you how to read this. Rewarded video ad buttons. So it's saying, okay, we're going to put this on the button. It requires the type button, and then it uses an interface Unity adds listener. It adds a listener to the show rewarded video function. Okay, and then it adds it. Okay, it initializes the listener. Alright. And then it says, okay, when it's ready, activate the button. And then when the Unity ad finishes, it will throw back a function. Okay, so basically what you're setting it up to do is you're calling a function and then you're waiting for something to be passed back that confirms what the result is. So what we can do is we can, the package doesn't just extend mono behavior. Let's add that interface Unity adds listener. Alright. And then let's see the error we're getting here. Does not implement ready, did error, did start, did finish. Okay. So we have to add those to the end of our script. So let's make another region. Listeners. Again, the regions aren't necessary. It just allows you to quickly collapse and see where everything is. Alright, so for our listeners, we do need to use onUnity adds ready, onUnity adds did finish. I'll show you real quick. All of these right here, we have to add. So let's copy these rather than have to type them out. So these are the placement IDs. The placement ID is what we defined up here, the rewarded ad, right? So if we double click rewarded ad, copy, and then go to our placement ID. Okay, string placement ID, if it's exactly equal to, alright, here's where we do it. Boom, rewarded ad. And then we say the does not exist in the current context. That's funny. Something must not have come together right. Because that's just a string. Unless yeah, the font apparently made a difference. Anyway, I digress. Let's say, okay, this is our button, right? Let's add that button here. Actually, let's put it under the show test ads. So public button. Now we're gonna have to add using Unity engine.ui. So we're gonna say button reward button, whatever, it's public. So So I'll just put reward button here. So if there is an ad available, it will make it interactable. And then as a result, finishing, reward the user for watching the ad to completion. Let's reward the user real quick. Let's say, because we set up in Game Manager, we set up a flag for this. So we go up to the top, reward x2. I'm just going to copy this, and we'll say game manager.instance piece reward x2 equals true. Okay, and we've got this reward here now. I'm not sure if I covered it in the previous video, but this is a reward that is now modifying the score you get, and when the level ends, you set it to false. Also, on the bullet script, it accesses GameManager.instance reward x2 in order to assign double the score in those cases. Okay? Just to recap, just in case I didn't go over it. Alright, so this do nothing because we don't have to reward them, and then this is an error. Okay? So let's see what else. Let's see how they work with this. They added a show rewarded video function. Show rewarded video is what they call it. But I'm just going to call it show rewarded ad. I'm going to say advertisement dot show, and then our placement ID is rewarded ad. Okay, so that's what we're going to call. Let's see. We also have to add listeners to that button, and I'll show you where that's happening here in this script. Let's zoom in so you guys can see better actually. So in the start function, it gets the button, which we're going to assign through the inspector. Then it sets the interactivity based on the isReady function, and then if, let's see, you map the button to a listener, and then you add the listener to the advertising instance, and then that's before we initialize the instance. So let's start with step one before we before we initialize the advertisement object. Let's do this. Let's say if reward button exactly equal to null, which means we haven't set it. Debug.log error no button found, or no reward button found. Wow. Consistency. Okay, cool. Else, let's set up the button. If reward button my button dot on click dot add listener show rewarded ad, that's what we called our function, and it's not my button, my bad. Reward button, if reward button, yes, reward. Oh, interesting. So actually that's where it checks if it exists. Man, so technically we don't need this. Smart, so smart, all in one line. Okay, cool. If the rewarded button exists, then add a listener for on click. Let's do, here's the thing, click is like a press and a release. Let's see if we can add a, you know what, we already have, on our reward button we have a tap function. It's different. So if we go into our menu, open up our menu canvas, we go to our X2 button, and we go look in the inspector, come on, we have an event trigger. That's basically a listener in and of itself. Let's see, add listener this. Now, actually, let's test it on tap and we'll see if it works. If it doesn't, we'll come back to it and we will figure out how to use tap functionality for it. Okay, so let's just add, we've added a listener to the button for on click. Now let's say advertisement dot add listener this. So this class has effectively become a listener for the advertisement. Interesting. Now it's interesting because they put this script on their rewarded ads button, which is different. In any case, let's say we add the listener to the actual reward button. Let's leave it at this at first. If we run into errors, let's see, if error, try reward button game object, or just the reward button, and then if on click does not work with tap, change to on mouse down or something similar. Okay, so now it's going to call show rewarded ad suite, and that's going to interact with these listeners that are built in. Awesome. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is add a banner. I'm going to actually add this above show video ad, and we're going to call it show banner ad. Public void show banner ad. I'm going to say start coroutine. We're going to need another coroutine. Show banner when ready. And let's backfill this coroutine that doesn't exist. Alright, so let's go down here, add another enumerator. Show banner when ready. Say while advertisement is ready, banner ad. That's our placement ID. We'll say yield return new wait for seconds. Same thing we did before. 0.5f. It'll wait for a half second and then move on when it's true. Advertisement dot banner dot set position. I'm actually going to choose top center, so banner position is an enumerated type, and you can just choose. I'm choosing top center because it makes the most sense since there's nothing on the screen up there. Then we go to advertisement.banner.show banner ad. So it's ready, we position it, and then we show it. Alright, and as far as I know, that should do it for setting up the functions. Now let's go to our game manager. I've had a lot of helpful to-dos here. So show video ad, let's do this. Let's go add manager.instance.show video ad. Okay, level ended, let's show them an ad. Alright, now let's go to our menu manager and we'll show our banner on awake when the game first starts. So add manager.instance.show banner ad. Cool. We're going to hide it. We need to add a hide function. Did forget about that. It's really not hard. Let me just double check I'm doing this right. Okay, there we go. Yes. Okay, public void hide banner ad advertisement dot banner dot hide. Wow. Simple as that. Easiest part of the whole tutorial right there. We'll go back to the menu manager and we'll call that function. So add manager, add instance, dot hide banner add. Cool. We're also going to show the banner when they show the menu. Okay, so we just use the show banner add function of add manager again. And that's just because you can go into the store and, oh, we do need to move this hiding function. Let's copy it and also put it in store pressed. So you go into the store, you don't want the ad showing up. They don't want that banner showing up on the top of the store. You just want it on the main menu. So I'm hiding it until the menu is shown. Alright. As far as I can tell, that should be it in terms of setting up the code. But again, was uncertain about these two things. So let's give it a try. I'm going to hook my phone up and then open up, let's see what that Unity app was. Unity Remote 5 on my phone here. And then when I press play in the editor, if I go to edit, just to double check, let's go to edit, project settings, editor, device should play on any Android device up at the top for Unity Remote. Let me press play, and let's see if it shows up. With any luck it will. And I, of course, am out of luck today. Wonderful. I do have a null ref though. And it did stop the game, so that might be why it's not showing up. So null reference not set to an instance of an object on Unity as ready. Ah, of course. Our reward button. We never dragged that in. Who'd have thought? Okay, so let's go to add manager. Ah, there's our empty slot right there. Let's take our X2 button and just plop it right down there. Cool. Save everything. Save project. Now try and play. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's running. It's on the phone. It appears to be working. It's got the banner on the top. It says this would be your banner. Awesome. So what happens if I press store? Okay. I've already purchased these. But let me select my skin. Yes, let's select this one. Oh good, it didn't subtract. Good, good, good. Okay, I'm going to return. It should be purple. Yes, I am purple. If I go up and down, if I press fire, I'll fire. Amazing. Alright, let's hope that the ad shows when the level ends. The level is going to end either when the enemies all are dead and the waves are over. Yep, there we go. And last, there we go. There we go. This would be your ad unit. Awesome. So you can do skip or close. Let's close it. Alright, and now let's test the X2 button. You press X2 and the ad unit works. There you go. Just to verify that this is working with the callback, let's add something to our rewarded section for show result ad finished. Let me stop the game. Go back into our script for ad manager. Go to our on Unity ads did finish function. And if they were rewarded, let's give a little bit of dev feedback here. Ideally, you would have some kind of icon that would light up in the level that would say, oh, X2 is active. Whoa, you've got double the score. Yeah, it's easier to, I guess, reward the player that way. But I digress. Let's add a debug.log X2 now active. And when it gets taken away, let's add it to the level ended as well. Debug.log X2 now inactive. Excellent. Now let's see if the rewarded video works. Let's see if the callback function works, because it could show the ad and not give us the reward we want. So we press X2 and I press. Now it doesn't give me the option to skip it. But if I hit close, yep, it does say X2 now active. Awesome. So that is when you would reward them for watching the ad. Wonderful. Alright, so that is the end of part 4, which was just implementing the advertisement part through code. We do still have a part in our store here in the game where you can select a 99-cent skin and purchase it. So we're going to set that up next, and then briefly go over how to make it a subscription service if you're having your user buy a subscription service. I will see you guys in the next one. Hey guys, welcome to part 5 of building a side-scrolling game in Unity and integrating Unity ads, and also for part 5 in-app purchases. We're just going to go over how to set it up for Google Play, but part of this will also overlap with Apple. So what you want to do is you want to open the project and go to Services. If that's not open, go to Window, then go to General and Services. Once that's open, you want to make sure you're on the Services tab. I know we were in Ads before, where you can see all of the services. Now click In-App Purchasing. When you click this, you can import all the packages that you need just by clicking Import here. Say Install Now. Awesome. Beautiful thing about Unity 2019 is that they've added this scriptless process, or mostly scriptless process for reload solution for handling in-app purchases, which is what IAP stands for. Make sure you got everything checked. It should be by default. Just hit import. Cool. I made it back up. Go ahead. Doesn't matter. Okay, so once it's done loading, we're going to go into our shop. I'm going to unhide. I'm going to actually hide the menu, hide the UI, and just open our shop. Okay, so this is what the user sees when they want to buy something. Interesting thing is that we have item 3 listed as 99 cents. It is not the type of button that we want. You can easily create another kind of button just by going to Unity IAP and you say IAP button. I'm actually going to create this inside of item 3 so we can just copy its dimensions. There we go. And we'll change its position to 0, 0. And oh geez, it didn't actually spawn in item 3. Let me put it back in item 3. Set it X and Y. There we go. And then I can reference item 3 for width and height. Let's see, we can go to this cog here and say copy component. Now I'm going to move this new button we created. It's just called button for now. I'm going to move it outside of item 3. And I'm actually going to let's just paste component values here. All right, cool. Let's go to item 3, copy our, let's see, let's copy the image script values. So copy component, click button again, go to the image component of our button and say paste component values. So now it'll look like that button. Go to item 3, copy our colors, copy component, button, go to the button component and paste component values there. Sweet. Okay, the difference is we've got this new script called IAP button script. Alternatively, we could have just added an IAP button script to this, which we now have to also copy the event trigger. Of course, I'm just realizing this. We could have just added the script, but it's all good. We're going to move ship gold under button, under the new button, and we're going to take the text and also move it under the new button and delete the old text. And then item 3 is just a shell that we don't need anymore. Alright. Trying to figure out the rendering of the text. Item 3 is probably on top of it. Let's delete item 3. There we go. So now we've got our button. Alright, instead of item 3 image, we need button image. There we go. Now it's going to change color properly. Okay, now that we've fixed this, we can safely delete item 3. Now in our new button, we're going to call this item 3. And I do believe we had in the menu manager an item 3 reference, so let's drag our new item 3 button into this reference. Okay, so what we have here is an IAP button script. If it's got a product ID, IAP catalog, button type purchase or restore, consume purchase, on purchase complete, on purchase failed. Okay, beautiful. If we open up our IAP catalog, we used to have to write all this by hand, but you just essentially make up a product ID that you're going to be using on the store. And we're going to call this skin purchase. Its type is consumable, but as you see, there's an option for subscription. So you can choose subscription as an option if you want to. Also, a non-consumable would be something like, oh, I'm going to pay to have ads removed from the game completely. And you would have a setting in player preferences when the purchase is complete that would get checked and then restored once you load up the game. Okay, so this is our first ID, skin purchase, and we'll just call it. We could actually just call it gold skin. Gold skin. That's awesome. Then we go to our Google configuration and our Apple configuration. You can set a price tier here. It's 99 cents. Great. If you've got your Apple SKU and Team ID, you're going to need an Apple developer account, which is like $100 annually to sign up for. And then you get your Team ID there. You set up all your certificates. It takes a very long time compared to Google, so we're just going to focus on Google, which is pretty quick. You can set price here to be 0.99. Awesome. Pricing template we can leave blank, and then you can add more products if you want to. So we could say non-consumable, remove ads, and it's that simple. You can also add a title and description to it. Gold skin. And it don't really need anything there. It's not actually used. That's just for organization's sake. Alright. So I'm actually not going to do a remove ads button, but that was just to get the picture. It's a non-consumable product. Okay, we've added that. Now we say automatically initialize Unity purchasing, recommended. So you click that. Awesome. So now you've got these empty event slots for on purchase complete for product and on purchase failed product purchase failure reason. All you have to do is add a script, create C# script, say IAP manager, and we're going to make an empty in here, also called IAP manager, and just going to drop our new IAP manager script onto that and open it up in Visual Studio. Cool. I'm going to check my notes here. All right. So this is how you handle it. You say public void purchase completed. You can actually call it whatever you want. You're going to be calling this through the event lists that we were just looking at. I'm going to pass it unity engine dot purchasing dot product space product. Okay. and then you can use this however you want. If we actually go to the definition of a product, it's got metadata, it's got available to purchase, has receipt, all sorts of things that you can use to your advantage. But in this case, we're just going to put a simple debug log, debug.log, purchase succeeded. Awesome. Let's make another function. Public void purchase completed. Oh, sorry. Purchase failed. That was the other case. Unity engine purchasing product and debug.log purchase failed. Okay, well that's set up. We can play our game. Oh, sorry. We do need to add a product ID for our button, which is the gold skin. If you had multiple, you could just select it from this drop-down list, which is really convenient. And also add our onPurchase complete, which we can drag our IAP manager into it and say IAP manager purchase completed. And then for the purchase failed, we're going to do the same thing. Drag our IAP manager here. Interesting. Thoroughly confused as to why that's missing. Maybe it's because we don't have the purchase failure reason there. Unity engine dot purchasing dot purchase failure reason. Maybe this is it. Let's go check it out. Okay, so it should have reloaded. IP, there we go, purchase failed. Alright. Problem solved. So now we should be able to run and test. Run. Click the button. Do you want to purchase gold skin, buy, or cancel? Awesome. So you return, no problem. And also our banner is hiding properly as well. I was just double checking that. Cool. So that's how you set up the IAP in Unity. Then you would build out your game and you would upload it to Google Play. And in Google Play, this is another application. You would create the application, you would give it a title, advershmup, create, and once we've created it, you'd give it a description and everything, store listing, content rating, app content, and then in pricing and distribution, no, I'm sorry, in the store listing, no. In-app projects. Sorry, in-app projects, managed products. You go here for your managed products, here for your new subscriptions. And then once you have uploaded it, I'll show you what this looks like because I have another active game. If we go to in-app products, managed products, you can create a managed product, give it its ID, which matches your product ID in here, in the IAP catalog here, this part, alright? And it's basically the same thing where it's got the title and description, but then you set the pricing template, you set the price, you set local price if you want to, and then save it. That's really all you have to do. Just set it up on this interface after you've uploaded your APK, and then launch it. Of course, after significant testing and all that. You do want to make sure that your purchases are test purchases, which I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty sure it's set up that way if you purchase from your account, if you're just going to do testing. But also be careful, because if you launch and you've made a test purchase, it still shows up as a purchase, and if you've made it persistent in your game, then you may be like for myself, when I launched Fall Down Mayday device, I purchased the no ads as a test, and now I can't see ads in my game because it's constantly being restored as a state in my game. It's checking to see if I made the purchase. Even if I uninstalled the game and reinstalled it, I still made that purchase, and it detects that, and it reinstates that purchase every time. Hey guys, I think that about wraps things up. We've created a game. It's a side-scrolling shoot 'em up. You can accumulate currency in-game, use it to spend on in-game store items. We've gone over how to create in-app purchases, how to set them up, how to set that up through Google Play Console. Really, it's up to you guys to take this wherever you want to take it, or apply it to your own games. If you were not using Unity 2019, it would be a little bit more of a struggle to get the IAP working. Generally, you would just be calling those functions manually, and there are guides online for that. But thankfully, Unity has put together an easier scriptless interface for in-app purchases, because it can get a little bit complicated and it is a bit daunting. We've also covered how to put ads in your game, how to give them a rewarded video ad, like you see in all of those mobile games that are out there today. So I really hope you guys got something good out of this project. I appreciate you sticking through the entire thing, and I'll see you guys in the next one.